and the regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission being conducted via Zoom and through a phone link is hereby called to order. This meeting is also being carried live on YouTube. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? And I invite those participating remotely to do the same. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Starting off with a roll call of the commission, please verbally indicate you are present when your name is called. Commissioner Kelly?
Present.
Commissioner Parkins?
Present.
Commissioner Lascos?
Present.
Commissioner Tiki?
Present.
Commissioner Motto? Here. Myself, Commissioner Harger. Mr. Rossetti, our administrator.
Present.
Mr. Panico, our consultant.
Present.
Mr. Nassos, our recording secretary.
Present.
And for the record, alternate Commissioner Usal will be joining us later in the meeting. Commissioner Onofrio is not available for this evening's meeting, and Mr. Nappy is excused. A couple of points before continuing with this evening's agenda. Mr. Rossetti will act as a Zoom meeting host. While commissioners will be able to make comments throughout the meeting, the chair asks that you please identify yourself and wait to be recognized before speaking to make sure we're not all speaking over each other and to make sure a recording secretary is clear as to who is speaking. Our first agenda item is a legal update from Corporation Counsel. Is there a motion for the commission and staff to go into executive session?
I'll make that motion.
All right, there's a motion for the commission staff to go into executive session for Commissioner Kelly. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Commissioner Lascos.
Thank you, Commissioner. So on the motion from Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Lascos for commission and staff to go into executive session, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
Commissioner Motto?
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki?
Aye.
Commissioner Lascos?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the commission will recess for an executive session.
Whose microphone did that just come over? Recording stopped.
Might have been mine. I don't know.
Did you leave the meeting?
Do what I have to do? I have to X
Yeah.
out of here.
Jimmy, you win the chicken dinner for being the first one.
Thank you.
Oops.
Alex, let me know when we're recording. All right, I believe that we're good to go. So is there a motion for the commission to reconvene with confirmation no votes were taken during executive session?
Commissioner Parkins will make that motion.
Commissioner Kelly will second it.
Okay, so on the motion to reconvene with no votes taken during the executive session, we'll do a roll call. Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
She's not back yet.
she's not back yet. Wow. Okay. Commissioner Laskos,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Elaine's here. Sorry.
okay, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
and Commissioner Motto, we're taking votes on reconvening.
She's on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't get back on my regular device. I'm on my little phone.
Okay,
Here I am.
I'm just doing a roll call vote about reconvening with no votes being taken in executive session. Commissioner Motto, so what's your vote on that?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. All right, so we're gonna go to other business and agenda item A, discussion as to R1 and R2 zoning on Longhill Avenue, and the chair recognizes Attorney Teodoso. Is he here? No. Mr. Rossetti, was Attorney Teodoso sent the link for the regular meeting?
I believe so, but I'm gonna send it again and double check.
Okay. Let's see. No, I don't see his name in the two.
Yeah, I send it to a lot of people, so
Yeah.
everyone's in the blank carbon copy area.
Okay. Ooh.
Is this?
You text him, Jimmy?
I did.
Hope his computer didn't crash.
Okay, he got it just now. So he's logging in. Oh. Mr. Rossetti, any luck? Attorney Teodoso said he got the link.
I don't see him yet.
Roman, just as a reminder, I have to leave tonight by 7:30, but I do believe John Usal will be
Yeah,
logging on shortly. So thank you.
if you see him and I'm not looking, speak up so I can identify that he has joined the meeting. Alex, you see him?
He just got on.
Okay. Okay. So he has to start his video.
Right, he's coming now.
Here we are. Okay, so everybody is back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Attorney Teodoso is here and staff is here. Okay, so Chair's recognizing Attorney Teodoso for agenda item other business A, discussion as to R1 and R2 zoning on Long Hill Avenue and to set a public hearing date. What would you like to share with us, Attorney Teodoso?
Well, this is the area of town that I commented on in the July meeting. And I wanted to revisit it because I looked at the, if you will, aerial of this property. And I've made clear to the board that it seems like the northern section of Longhill Avenue is essentially an island surrounded by either de facto R2 or what I'm going to call, well, legal R2 or what I'm going to call PDD creep. From the southern side of Longhill Avenue, if you take all of the roads that intersect with Longhill Avenue, the northernmost being Sylvan Road, and you look at the density of the units there, or I should say the density of the lots, even though it's supposed to be an R2 zone, I'm sorry, an R1 zone, it's an R2 zone. Now, I know the concept may be difficult for you to comprehend because I don't have a map in front of you. I had intended to bring a map to this evening's meeting. As I joked with you earlier, I thought it was an in-person meeting, and I don't have a map to present. But I do want to make the point that the R1 area in the northern section of Longhill Avenue is anomalous. Your most recent action with regard to the approval of a subdivision there for the Gamble Grasso group really highlights the entire issue. You've got a roadway that on the southern side is R2. On the northern side, because of the way you passed your zone change, is partially R1 and partially R2. That's on one street. And that essentially highlights the issue that I'm trying to bring to your attention on that portion of Longhill Avenue. Now, the way I think it got that way was through the allusion that I just made to what I call the PDD creep as it comes up from Sylvan Road and the other neighborhoods that you've approved. Also, the northern areas beyond the northernmost part of Longhill Avenue have always been more dense. And then the existing areas or houses on Longhill Avenue that were probably not R1 when the entire zone was designated are essentially houses of non-conforming legal uses, which makes it difficult for those homeowners when they want to put on a porch or something because they're legally non-conforming. And really, they're not supposed to be asking for a deck to make it more non-conforming or a setback variance to put an addition on the house because they're theoretically in R1 zones as legal non-conforming uses, which don't comply anyway. If you were to designate this entire area R2, whatever properties are there would be entitled to essentially divide up with the same density that I've shown surrounds the entire properties. And I can be more specific at your next meeting with regard to examples and maps and 8x10 glossies.
Okay.
And Tony, by all means, please chime in.
Yeah, I'd like to see that map in order to really make any intelligent comments. I understand where you're coming from and I share that concern. I was somewhat disappointed when the Gamble proposal came in originally. I thought it was going to be more comprehensive in nature and take in additional area. It turned out apparently they did not want to do so without the support of the underlying property owners. And when they didn't get it completely, they just divorced that and went with what they were really interested in. And that's what got us to where we are today.
Right.
I agree with you in concept. I really think it does not measure up to a traditional R1 zone. It's more of a mixture, and it's inherited smaller lots and larger houses from years ago, probably pre-zoning.
That's across the street, especially on the side opposite, I'm going to say the Board of Education. the houses on that side, I don't know that they comply with any of the R1 parameters.
I don't think they do. But I guess they felt that their hands were tied if they didn't get the property owners to subscribe with them. Because for one thing, it jeopardizes the potential success of the rezoning because you've already got a built-in handful that qualify as affected people that can file a petition against them, you know. But
I just want to know for the record that alternate Commissioner Usel has joined us and at approximately 7:03 PM. Okay, so Attorney Tito, so is this to have zoning in that whole area to be consistent then and not have these little pockets of?
Yeah, it's essentially to make the area legally what it is de facto in all areas except the most northern section.
Mhm. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Attorney Teodoso?
I'm just wondering if this came to light from any particular resident having a problem with a variance?
It was the evening that I was sitting there listening to the commission and looking at the map for the roadway that is called the Gamble Grasso. I don't know what its formal.
Gamble Place.
What's it?
Gamble
Yeah,
Place.
Place.
Okay, that roadway. When you look at that roadway afterwards, it really lends itself to the circumstance that I'm describing, because on the northern side, you've got lots, enormous lots, and on the southern side, you've got R2 lots.
Okay.
So Attorney Teodoso, the process for this now, for the benefit of the commission?
Well, you're going to have to set a public hearing date and a discussion date. I would ask that you do it on the same evening, and if, just like any zone change, the formal language has to be submitted. The map should be, well, you don't really need a map, but I think it's very, very helpful here. You need the language in the town hall 10 days before the hearing, and you need publication time 15 days before the hearing.
Okay. So is there a suggested date from staff on this then? We're talking about September, and in September, our regular meeting date is Tuesday, the 13th.
Do it then.
Okay, that's time enough then to meet all the notice requirements. Okay. Any further comments?
Tentatively,
questions, or
what are we looking at?
Yeah, September 13th.
That's, you want to have a public hearing during our regular meeting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Is there,
I mean, that's double the notice fees and double the attendance fees for a stenographer. I'd really prefer not to do that.
I understand. All right, and Attorney Tito, so we have to do a motion to set a public hearing? Or is that just done at the staff level?
Whatever your protocol is, usually just continue it.
Okay. All right, so if there aren't any other comments from the commission for staff, is there someone that wants to make a motion to set a public hearing and what that date would be?
Don't we usually leave it up to staff to determine the date for the public hearing?
Well,
We just,
there have been two
had-
recommended ones. This time we specifically, I tossed out September 13th.
which is our regular meeting, not our public hearing meeting.
Right,
I-
we have had public hearings on our first Tuesday of the month meetings, and
Yeah.
it's
Is
not,
there,
And this is
there reason?
this will be a commission initiated change, right?
Mhm.
Yes. Yes.
It's reasonable to do it on your regular meeting night.
Why is it double the fees, Alex?
I think he's
Because-
talking about the stenographer who has to come.
The stenographer has to come for an additional attendance fee. And then every time we publish one of these notices in the paper, it's a couple $1,000s. So, I mean, I don't have a huge budget, so,
We're gonna pay that fee regardless.
well, no, if it's all lumped into 1 or 2 meetings, then it's significantly less than if it's spread out over 3 or 4 meetings. And so
So you-
there's no legal
I-
notice
I
fee
get
for
it.
regular meetings.
Yeah, so you're saying that piggyback on one of the other 2 meetings at the end of September.
It saves about $800.
All right, well, there's still a motion that needs to be made to set a public hearing with a date, so does somebody want to throw
What
out?
are the other dates? In
Um,
September?
Right now, it looks like September, the 2 Wednesdays are the 21st and the 28th. The 28th is the third meeting of the month if necessary. I think that was included in the list of dates that had to be submitted for 2022.
Okay, so why don't we, I would make a motion to have it at 21st. Set it for the 21st.
Okay, so Commissioner Kelly is making a motion to set the public hearing for September 21st. Is there a second?
Commissioner Laskos, I'll second it.
Okay. So any discussion? All right, so on the motion from Commissioner Kelly to set a public hearing date for this agenda item on September 21st, seconded by Commissioner Laskos. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Laskos,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Tiki,
Aye.
Commissioner Mato,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, Attorney Titoso. So.
All right, and I'll get back to the commission on that other matter. Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to old business, item A. And Commissioner Usal, you'll be seated for Commissioner Tiki when he has to depart at 7:30. Okay, I'll put that on the record right now, but Commissioner Tiki, before you sign off, just give me a heads up. All right, so we'll move on to old business. Other old business application 2128 Chromium Commons, Dominic Thomas for Primrose Development LLC at 113 Canal Street. Assessors map 129, lot 31, and 0.64 acres for planned development district to include 30 apartments with on-site parking. Public hearing for this opened February 16th, 2022. The proposal was presented by the applicant and his team. Applicant indicated he would consider designating 3 units as affordable. Staff acknowledged the receipt of a letter from a member of the public about parking, and a downtown resident also commented about parking during the public portion. At the public hearing continuation on March 16th, the commission discussed the exterior and interior building design and the parking layout. Mr. Panico indicated the project could be acted on in stages and the site plan needs some polishing. The commission voted to close the public hearing. This application was on the agenda of our April 12th meeting, but it was tabled as several new items had been added to the city's website on April 7th, and our administrator needed to review those items to determine what changes had been made to the original items submitted. So, Mr. Rossetti, is there anything you want to call to the commission's attention about these items that were added to the website on April 7th?
So in general, the architectural features have been updated to reflect the commission's concerns from the last meeting. And those are kind of primary concerns. I know there's always been an ongoing discussion about the engineering for the site. However, the city engineer has okayed this project thus far. So those are by the 2 biggest updates to report on.
There was some drainage or drainage pipe, or am I thinking of something else?
I think you asked me that the other day. Are you referring to the,
Is there something that at the end of the corner or something? Like that, under that building? Because that's why they shifted it to the left side, closer
That-
to,
You're thinking of the culvert that
the
passes.
culvert.
Property?
yeah. Yeah, maybe
Yes.
that's what it is.
so they've had a way to address that for a while.
Okay,
which is why I was saying the city engineer has okayed the project thus far.
Okay. All
It's a
right.
bigger concern when you put a structure over it
Mm,
than when you put a
Exactly.
parking lot over it.
mhm. Okay, and was that about it, Mr. Rossetti?
That is the sum
Okay,
of, I can't show you what was submitted to us, but there have been revisions submitted, and Tony and I had a brief conversation. We thought that they were heading in the right direction and not regressing. So
Compared to where we started, I think we've come a long way appearance wise.
yeah,
I just kept stressing with them that you got to remember the building is in full view from downtown. If you're standing on the corner of Howe and Center and you look down Center, you see the building. So it's got that, especially that end of the building, it's got to have a nice appearance. And I think we finally got through to them because we've seen some significant progress compared to what it looked like when we first started this thing.
mhm. Okay, any comments about parking? Is it adequate? Is not? There've been comments made, well, excess parking can be done in the Conti building or some lease spaces at Park Royal. But is there any recommendations about getting that in writing? Like from the city to use the Conti space because they lease it, or from the
The
applicant?
downside of that is if they secure some kind of a document from the city, in effect, that would give them the right to reserve those spaces, whether they needed them or not. So,
Mhm.
and if you do that, then you've taken them out of circulation for anybody else that might have need for them at certain times, if they're not in use.
How many
So-
spaces are we talking about, you think?
Well, if a general rule of thumb, we've been looking for approximately 2 spaces per unit. We're looking at 30 units, so we're looking at 60 spaces, and we only have, 34 or something like that. I don't have the drawings in front of me, but
So wasn't he using the 1.5 ratio?
correct.
it's not a matter what he's using. What is
No,
it?
no, I'm just
That
saying.
it needs to be,
No, because he said that he had additional parking in Park Royale, but when we did the resolution, it was clear that there is not sufficient parking there.
Not based on numbers.
Right.
There may very well be, but not based on a theoretical calculation of
We got to
numbers.
go by the numbers. That's the only science we have to go by, Tony.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So the thing is, if downtown places can't secure the parking they need, then they need to lease them. We can't
I-
just say use Conti spaces
Right.
because that's
Yeah.
not fair to all the other developers down there.
No.
One interesting thing that the commission may not be aware of yet is, I don't know if you recall the PDD that we approved 4 or 5 years ago on the corner, the old Russell building.
Yep.
That is coming back in. Are you aware of that? I
Which
don't,
one?
the
old-
one on the corner of Coram and.
Oh, you mean where Jeff's Appliance used to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Remember, we approved
Yeah.
a 5-story building, I think it was, with some parking, et cetera. I don't know if you're aware of it, but apparently they're going to be filing for a modification to that PDD. And essentially, I don't know if I'm talking out of school here, but essentially the modification is going to be to take the restaurant, which is on the ground floor, and move it up to the top of the building. And take the bottom floor and devote it to retail type activities.
Mhm.
And everything, all the rest of the space in between is going to become a garage for their purposes and for public parking.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
Naturally a fee-based garage, but
Yeah.
but if somebody's willing to come in and build a few spaces in downtown for public usage,
Mhm.
which is kind of a
That's
step in the
interesting.
right direction.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that a minor modification at all.
We'll see if it comes to fruition.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good. All right, so back to Chromium Commons though. So 30 apartments using the 1.5 per spaces per apartment's 45 spaces. So there's 15. They got to find somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah, to have specific spaces designated in the Conti law
well,
is
as I
not something
said,
that bothers me.
who is gonna authorize those spaces? The city of Shelton, because we don't have a parking authority anymore.
Mhm.
And are we breaking ground in something new that maybe is not what we should be doing? I don't know.
So the other recommendation from the applicant was to have an easement with the property across the street, Park Royal, where they have additional parking on the side of the facility, and that would be shared during the day with the retail tenants at Park Royal, and then in the evening, those would be for residents across the street, and that's, directly across the street at Chromium.
But that's fine as long as the retail is not a restaurant again.
Or their hours are limited till 6 PM.
Right.
Yeah, we're rubbing up against things as to, I thought Commissioner Parkins, did I not understand what you had referred to that when the parking count was done for Park Royal, it was not sufficient? What was?
That was in that, Tony wrote that into the resolution.
Mhm.
Applying the so-called formula that they had there, when I went through it, it seemed like there was a deficiency. I don't think there really is. I'll be very frank with you.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
you have a tremendous number of residential apartments in relation to the amount of commercial space, and there's obviously going to be a lot of shared parking, whether we call it that or not.
Mhm.
15 spaces worth.
Yeah, but sure, at least 3 times that amount would work. When you figure the amount of parking that's being reserved in one way or another, or is there because of the calculation required for residential units, many of those spaces are going to be empty during the day. Many of them.
If all goes well.
Yeah.
Would it be advisable to make it a condition of approval that those 15 spaces have to be formally identified in a location like the Conti lot or Park Royal? And
Well, he's got enough to guarantee one parking place per unit, which is what all developers do downtown,
Right.
right? They only
Right.
guarantee, they only give you one parking place with your rent,
right.
right? So he's got enough for that,
Yes, he does.
unless, so he'd have to mark out his parking lot for those so that they know it's tenant parking only, not visitors or anything else.
That's exactly right.
So where does the retail parking for the first floor go?
The retail parking is going to use available parking in the area.
Wherever.
And we don't know what that real demand is until we know what kind of retail is going to go in there.
Mhm.
Well, he's going to be limited to what he can put in there, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully it's going to be some sort of service to the people that are living downtown so they can just walk there.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I would think that's the most attractive use of the space.
Mhm.
You're bringing a lot of new residential units downtown, and those people need services.
All right. All right, so what other concerns do we have?
I just want to bring again, when we don't have enough parking and the concept of leasing spaces from the city, we talked about that when they were looking to develop where that little pocket park is on the corner of
Right.
Howe and Center Street.
The one that
right?
Mauricio bought.
Yeah, exactly. When somebody was looking to develop that, the people that own that little pocket park area, there was talk about them leasing spaces from the city yard that's on the other side of Cleto's package store or behind
Mhm.
Cleto's. So, and
It's
it
a
was,
tiny,
you
tiny
know,
little spot there.
right. And so the mayor was amenable to that they would actually have to lease it. They would actually have to pay to use those, to designate those spaces, and that would be acceptable. So that's, that's where I'm coming from in terms of lease. It's not just oh yeah, you can take 5 spaces in the concept.
I agree with you.
Can't
If
use
you're
that
going to
to-
use that methodology, it's got to be committed.
Exactly. And there's got to be a fee associated with it.
If the city keeps moving in the direction that it has been, and it actually implements some of the thoughts that they've had, we're only talking about a transitional time here. We have that large lot that the city eventually is going to get up on across the side street from the Conti lot. It's when I'm over by the gas company.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's happening. For some reason or other, it's run into a stone wall somewhere, somehow. I think if I remember right, somebody made a comment about environmental issues.
There's still some remediation that UI has to do.
It's
Yeah.
what?
I believe there's some remediation that still needs to
Yankee.
take place, or Yankee gas. Thank you. That hasn't been done.
Even if it's going to be used in an interim basis for parking?
Mhm.
Jeez.
All right, so if we looked at the build out for this, Tony, this gets say, we come to a consensus that staff should develop a favorable resolution. We don't act on that until end of September. Technically, when would a build out start?
Where would what?
When
would-
would a project like this start putting shovel in the ground?
Oh, they won't be going into the ground for a year, I would think.
Well, even if it started in the spring of 2023, by the time it was done, maybe other things will have come into play by then.
And I'm just mulling over in my own head whether we require some sort of a subscription basis for 100% of the theoretical calculation, or do we use a percentage of that?
I'm
So,
not following you, I'm
well,
sorry.
if somebody is, let's say, short 20 spaces, do you make him go out and get a commitment for 20 spaces? Or you make him get a commitment for 10 and rely on the rest of downtown to loosely provide the other 10?
Absorb it, yeah.
So that you can be assured that the spaces that they're going to lease, they're probably going to use.
Mhm. All right, so, but the elephant that's in the room is, so once this particular project, if a shovel goes in the ground, what happens? Where do the people go that use the Chromium Commons lot right now?
Well, when is the Chromium Commons lot filled up?
All the time.
Oh, it is all the time, yeah. Yeah, I've driven down there.
It can't be
Different
day and night,
times.
because I know during the day I've never seen it full.
Oh,
Or at least back when I was in Shelton.
yeah, yeah. No, it's
that-
become quite popular. That's for sure.
Uh-huh.
Plan about parking from some expert source. That's my opinion. We don't know what we're doing with this, frankly.
Mhm.
The only thing we can use is our own regulations right now as they exist. That's our safest bet, because that's our regulation.
Well, that's why I think we've got to go back in and look at those regulations. This is part of the reason why I believe a moratorium was recommended. And
Now
yet
for
the
downtown.
moratorium leaves out the major part of the concern, which is downtown.
Yeah, well, that made no
Well,
sense.
your moratorium may not be applicable downtown, but any changes that you make might also have some effect on downtown.
Right. I'm
So-
watching the clock and it's almost 7:30. I know that Commissioner Tiki has to leave. Do you want to make any comments before you do, Commissioner?
Yep, yes, I unfortunately have to go, but I've made my comments about the parking in downtown. Obviously, I think we have, an issue and we need more parking. And while that was great news that I think at least most of us, or at least for myself, was hearing for the first time from Mr. Panico, I believe it when I'll see it, when we have an application before us, because we have seen other plans over the years for parking and we need more parking. And as Commissioner Matto was just saying, we really need a central place for people to park in our downtown, and the lot that this is currently where this currently is full all the time. And the businesses and the residents in downtown need a place to park. So I just have concerns about what this takes offline for those that are living or having businesses in downtown. And we need a central place for people to park. And with this, it takes off over 70 parking spots. And there's still a parking issue with them being short. So the matter that Commissioner Parkins raised, should be explored, whether it's a lease or how that works. But when an applicant doesn't reach what they should have with parking, what is this commission going to do about it? Right now, the problem is being compounded because we've taken these small lots offline over the years, 15 here, 20 there. And now this is, a significant lot for the people in downtown. It's over 70 spots. So it really, the situation would be alleviated if we had a place for folks to park. That's just the reality of it. That's where I'm at. I want to see more parking in downtown because there's not a place for folks to go. And then what they'll do is they'll just circle the block a couple times, adding to the traffic, adding to the congestion. Then they'll go up to Bridgeport Ave and go elsewhere. So I have a concern with this. I don't think that's news to the commission, and that's where I'm at. And I want to see the city lead on more parking in downtown that will be a help to all these other future developments and to the future success of these businesses in downtown.
Okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate his comment. I just want to interject though, that parcel was never, ever intended to be a permanent parking lot. It was always intended for development. So
That's right, the chromium lot.
it's always been a temporary parking. So
That's
we
correct.
really can't
And
say that it's being taken away because it was never meant to be to begin with.
Yes, this commission knows that. For the folks that have been parking down there for many years, this commission went on a site walk in Sono about 10 years ago. We've had different renderings. So what we need is for one of those plans to become reality so that there is parking in downtown, because people only know what they've gotten used to. And so if they've moved to downtown in the last couple of years, they've gotten used to this being pretty much the only parking that's central in downtown. So the issue is we need more parking in downtown that will benefit these future developments and these future businesses in downtown.
It definitely is a time of day issue because I think it was like a week ago on a Saturday night, we had 6 or 6:30 reservations at Chaplin. And we walked from St. Joseph's after going to church. And as we came around the corner where how convenient was, I said, I don't believe it. Here's 3 open spaces right here at the curb, So, and I've tried to keep my eyes open as we've driven through town at different times of day. And it definitely is, it's after, it seems like a certain hour when.
I think it's all the apartments that are down along Canal Street that are utilizing that parking lot. It's not the businesses. It's the people that are in the apartments.
Not only that, but if you go, with parking is concerned, if you go, no matter when you go, that Chromium right now, that parking lot is basically full. Where are those cars going?
They're all in apartments.
Where
Where are those cars going when you build
Is it full day and night or just?
Yeah, day and night.
Well, maybe Avalon's not charging for parking anymore, and that'll alleviate quite a few places. People are parking on the street rather than have their rent increase $50 a month for a parking.
Yeah, you're right, Commissioner Perkins. Our regulations say that if the developer can't supply the parking within their complex, then they have to go and secure other areas. So that would be going and getting some other areas that they would have to pay for.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. That's
our regulations.
So does this need discussion at a future meeting or?
I'm not opposed to the project. I just want them to come up with some additional parking. It doesn't have to be the other, what would we figure? If it's 30, there's 30 units in
15,
there.
right?
Yeah.
What is the bottom line for the commission as far as what you would like to see allocated for parking for a development of that nature?
two spots for every,
Two per unit?
Yeah.
Ideal, yeah.
at least, yeah.
Mhm.
Is it reasonable then to say that
Two
a
per unit.
percentage of the deficiency should be? Well, first of all, 50% of that has to be provided on site. We're all in agreement with that.
Correct.
Which he has.
All right. Now we have a deficiency for, let's say, round numbers. We're talking one space per unit. Is it reasonable to talk about maybe some sort of a guarantee of some sort? What that is, I'm not sure. For say 50% of that deficiency, or does it have to be 100%, 75%?
So if you're talking, as Commissioner Kelly said, 2 spaces per unit, that's 60 spaces, 30 are on site, that leaves 30 more that need to be
Round numbers.
somewhere, but only 50% of those are ones that they definitely have to.
Yes,
Right.
because that would equal our 1.5 ratio.
Yeah.
Right. That's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Mhm.
And maybe it needs to be done. Maybe it needs to be the property owner, the renter, not the renter, the rentee,
Right.
the landlord.
The landlord.
He is the one who should find the spaces so that there's an opportunity for swapping within the units. One unit may not need a space, someone else can use it,
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
rather than have it available for the individual tenant to go out and subscribe to.
The only problem is if that person moves out and the other one moves in, they may require it.
Changes. Yeah.
It changes. That's it. And then you have to renegotiate that, I guess.
Oh, whoever the owner of the property is who's going to have to make the commitment.
Correct. And that's exactly what our regulations say.
All right, so the bottom line is, look, this is what our regulations say, this is what the commission wants, and this is a PDD. So we have the right to call the shots. If this is what we want, this is how the resolution should be. If it's for approval, should contain those conditions.
Is there a general consensus that it's a desirable project if we can address these issues?
Oh, absolutely.
I
Okay,
believe so.
so,
Yes.
He needs 10 or 11 spots, Tony, he needs to secure.
okay,
Because you said he had 34 spots, right?
I believe that's the number, but I just.
So
take it up. I haven't
45,
looked at
whatever
the
he
plan.
had, 45 units of parking we need for this project. Whatever he has committed in that lot for tenants only, marked. From the 45 is what he needs to find.
Mhm.
Okay, why don't we do this? If the commission is looking to move the project forward, maybe this is one time where a resolution should be done far enough in advance so you can look at it and see if that's satisfying you or not. And if not, we massage it so that when it gets put before you, the conclusion was made, and that's how we're going. Because otherwise I draft something and then that night we're going to start discussing all over again, whether it's
Yeah.
right, wrong, or
Yeah,
indifferent.
right.
Let's get something put together. Let's get it distributed before it even goes on an agenda. Let's get it distributed and then see what the reaction is. And as soon as we got it polished up right, we can put it on the agenda then.
Is staff going to be working with him to try to find those 11 spaces though? Because how can we act on the resolution if we don't have a solution?
Well, it's a, okay, that's a good question. You,
Just to
I think that's
clarify,
fine.
enacting on the resolution, what you would be doing is you would be approving, first of all, you would be given a conditional approval to the physical project. And that conditional approval, among other things, would include the provision of a guarantee, and we'll try to figure out what that guarantee is for X number of spaces. And until he provides that information and satisfies that condition, you don't sign off on the drawings and he doesn't go out and get a building permit. He may have the PDD put in place,
Mhm,
but he doesn't have the plans approved.
mhm.
Okay.
That's a
Is
logical
that
agreement.
reasonable? Is that
Sounds
reasonable?
I think so.
Because then we've taken the first step, which is we've put the PDD in place and we know what we want physically done to the building. And he's making good progress there. And now the final big question mark is the parking. And this is what we think needs to happen. And he's got to go out and address it.
Mhm. Okay.
Do we have any limitations to place on him with respect to where these spaces can be?
No, within access of the apartments.
I know, I mean, are we saying within 1,000 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet? Do we have any inclination at all? Or
Well, there's only
reasonable-
a couple
Or we use
possible
a
places.
general term like a reasonable walking distance? And then you can decide what's reasonable.
Okay. That's-
Well, again, these are the extra spaces. These aren't for the, the one space that will be dedicated for each person. So
Right, it's the overflow.
I don't think putting a specific distance is really necessary. Again, it's
There's
downtown.
only so many, so downtown's only so big.
Yeah, I mean,
And if it's not convenient for his tenants, he's gonna have to deal with that.
they'll move out.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
All right, so
I think Commissioner Laskos was looking for clarification on something.
You're on mute.
Mr. Panico had said earlier about using Park Royale. Is that still an option or not?
I don't think you can make it an actual recognized option in your decision. But it certainly can be a factor that enters into your deliberations as to how tight you tie them down in other respects. But I don't think you can, in your action, I don't think you can put in there that you are relying on that.
Okay.
Okay?
just for the record, Commissioner Tiki has left as of 7:41 PM. And Commissioner Usal, as I indicated earlier, you're being seated in his place. Okay, so. All right, so staff will work on preparing a resolution for distribution at some time, probably mid to late September.
You know, if it's not showing up on a hearing right away, we can get something put together and get it distributed and get some feedback to see
Okay.
whether we're going in the right direction or not. Because if we get all the nitty gritty ironed out, sticking it on an agenda makes it a 5-minute item rather than a 20-minute item.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we could put this on the regular meeting. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it goes on a regular meeting for action. No more hearings involved.
Right.
And then once that's out of the way, the commission can participate with the actual details of the final modifications to the building, et cetera. Okay,
Okay. We don't need to make a vote on that. On this, how the protocol that we're gonna follow. Correct?
No, it was just a
Yeah, go.
consensus, right?
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah. Is there anyone that?
if you
doesn't
want
feel-
to let it reflect some conclusion, it can simply be that staff will proceed to develop suggested language
Mhm.
and for discussion with the commission. And the minutes can also reflect that the commission is generally satisfied with the direction that the project is going. The main concern that we're dealing with is parking, and we're going to
Right.
try to come up with a way of attacking that.
Okay. All right, so is there anyone that has any objection to that? Going in that direction?
No.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on to application 2208, which is agenda item B under old business. Stephen Bellis from Brookview Apartments LLC at 3030 Bridgeport Avenue, Assessors Map 91, Lot 16 for a major modification. A PDD 86 or 30 apartments with on-site parking. And just a little background on the history. Public hearing opened April 27th. The applicant commented at that time there was a possibility for acquisition of an adjacent parcel, which would add additional acreage. I'm unsure right now as to whether or not that happened. The applicant and some of its team reviewed a lot line revision map, the details of their individual design work and studies, and indicated it met with the board of directors at the abutting Sunwood condos to discuss the residents there continuing to have the ability to use Old Bridgeport Avenue, which is a private road. The proposal received inland wetlands approval on June 16th of this year, and at the public hearing continuation on June 22nd, project engineer reviewed revisions to the site plan. There was a slight change in the location of the building to make, as he explained, the parking lots more efficient and to create more green space. Mr. Panico expresses concern about the border of the lower parking lot, something about a kink in it. He inquired as to whether or not the entrance could be widened and if a median could be installed to divide the entrance to the parking lot. And he pointed out that walking access to the dumpster needed to be created. In response to a question from Commissioner Parkins, Attorney Bellis confirmed that the applicant would volunteer 3 of the units for affordable housing. So we discussed this at the commission's July 12th meeting. Mr. Panico reiterated city engineer's comment regarding the repaving of Old Bridgeport Avenue to the condominium property line. And he commented that this applicant and an applicant who filed a proposal for residential units across Old Bridgeport Avenue should share in the responsibility for the repaving, especially as there is a property access easement that exists. So at that time, at the end of the meeting, we, after polling, there was a consensus for staff to prepare a favorable resolution, which Mr. Panico has done so. Does anybody have any comments, questions, or concerns before we go into that resolution?
I just want to note that I was not part of the consensus to move forward with the favorable resolutions. I'm sure Mr. Panico has done a wonderful job at that, but I just question, again, with a moratorium in place, and I know it does not affect ones that were already in the queue, but I feel like we're being put into a situation now where we're going to be picking winners and losers. And, you know, how can we approve this one and not approve that one? And these are all PDDs, and we can say no. We can just say no. We don't have to say yes. And I get that.
In all fairness, whatever we are considering over the next month are going to be applications that were in the pipeline, so to speak. We're not considering anything that hadn't already been started some way, somehow. So
Right, but there's quite a few coming down. And so, you know, one of my concerns right now is that, you know, the housing market is changing yet again, as we see, you know, prices are starting to go down. People aren't in such a rush to sell at the height of the markets and move into an apartment. So, you know, are the apartments going to become less needed, if you will? And are we going to end up with just an overabundance? And where, you know, we know where this particular application is. We know there's one right across the street. Well, where are the next ones coming in that are already in the queue? You know, can the WPCA, you know, what is their thoughts on all of this? And don't forget, we've got Shelter Ridge, we've got 300 plus units, you know, approved up there. The Moss property, you know, we don't have that information, I think, that we really need for forward thinking at this point. So, you know, I'd like to throw out a concept out there so that, again, we're not picking winners and losers, to just, we can deny things without prejudice and let things settle down until the end of the moratorium. Have those applicants come back. You know, I think they're getting an idea from our discussions that we're not necessarily not in favor of their project. Let them come back in and waive the fees. Don't make them pay the fees all over again. That's something the commission, I believe, is in its right to do.
Ruth, the one thing you need to keep in mind is the moratorium has a limited life. Okay. And we're probably, what, 3 months into it already?
And we've done nothing.
We have done nothing. So let's stretch it out. Let's say we went the max and we went 12, 14 months. It takes us 3 to 6 months to get an application through the pipeline on our table.
Because we're so busy. approving
Yeah, right,
applications
I
for
understand
apartments.
that. But what I'm saying, the reality is it takes that long. So we're not really working outside the concept of that moratorium, really. And
We're
these were projects that had been well along in their work before we even thought of a moratorium. So
I mean,
I'm not,
there's-
believe me, I'm not trying to justify one way or the other. I'm just
I
saying.
know, I just, yeah, I think right now we're in a very difficult situation, but I think we need to give some serious consideration to
Mhm.
just not approving everything that's in the pipeline.
That's-
And it's very hard to, deny one and approve another, because then you're picking winners and losers. And, unless they have really good justification, I just
Some
think,
make sense and some don't.
well,
Sometimes.
I personally think that we should up the request that we're making for affordable housing units. I think it should be 20%, not 10%. Because we're never going to get to where we need to be to get rid of the 830G concept.
Mhm.
So
Very-
We could talk about that when we start talking about various amendments, but I think the way to get that is to somehow or other tie it in with the density factor. So if a developer comes in and he really wants to do, let's say 50 units, but we say, no, we're only going to let you do 40 units, unless of course the other 10 units are going to be affordable housing. And then maybe we would do the 50 units, but now we've got our 20% affordable. So that now it becomes the developer's decision. You
doesn't
wanna
that
go-
defeat the whole purpose though? Because if they're going to base the amount of units that we have and the ratio is not going to, you're increasing the overall ratio, but both ways.
Well, yeah, but it's a percentage, the percentage is a small percentage of a big number. Yes, there is some offsetting, but the offsetting part is really minimal. But
I just wanted to make my thoughts known and
Hmm.
to share my thoughts with everyone, because I
sure,
think we're kind of on a gerbil trail, right? A gerbil wheel right now, that we're just spinning, and we're not addressing anything for the reasons that we put the moratorium in place.
well, I think Alex would totally agree too, though, that once we've fulfilled our obligations on things that have been in the pipeline for months, then we can slow the pipeline down too. We don't have any, we don't have to rush things through.
Or we can slow things down by denying without prejudice.
We can do that too.
Don't we also have the sewer commission having to provide, and if they don't have the capacity, they can't do it? Or what are we doing,
Well, let's consider the Moss property, whatever system that's going to be on is, all these apartments on Bridgeport Avenue going to tie into that?
But, we can't be experts in all fields. We have to rely on the sewer authority to tell us what they can accommodate and what they can't.
Right, but we need to talk to them in order to do that.
I mean, from what I understand, or word has it that our plant is overtaxed already. So, can we afford anything?
Well, we need to know that, right?
Well, we're not, you're
Sure.
right, but when they go to WPCA and WPCA say, yeah, we can handle that, Who are we to say, "No, you can't handle it?"
Yeah, we're going outside of our jurisdiction in a way. Commissioner Kelly, did you want to say something?
No, I just said we're going outside of our realm.
Okay, realm,
Proceed with this one.
yeah. All right, well, if there isn't anyone else that wants to make a comment, then let's go into the resolution, because there may be some areas in here that people have questions and comments about. So, Mr. Panico, did you want to read the resolution?
Sure. Before I do, though, this is rather a unique situation. It's one of the first times that I can recall that we did a major expansion and extension of an existing PDD. So I wanted to make sure that I dealt with that. And as a result, the narrative part getting up to the actual action got a little bit lengthy. And I
Okay.
apologize for that, but the story had to be told. This is application 2208, the petition of Brookview Apartments LLC. And by the way, I've got to sit with Alex and clarify some of the proper terminology. Is it Brookview, one word, as the applicant? Because I see the maps that are titled Brookview. And so things like that. And then some maps I see have 303, some maps have 306. So we have those technicalities that Alex and I will put our heads together after tonight and clarify them. But in any event, it's application 2208, the petition of Brookview Apartments LLC for a major modification and expansion of Plan Development District number 86, PDD 86, for an additional multifamily residential rental apartment building at 303 Old Bridgeport Avenue, currently zoned Restricted Business Development District. The petitioner proposes to modify the established PDD 86, currently limited to a 3.288 acre site with frontage on the westerly side of Old Bridgeport Avenue at the northerly corner of Knollbrook, by adding a contiguous parcel to the north that would extend that site out to Sunwood Drive, a private road. The expanded site would add another 1.28 acres to encompass then a total of 4.558 acres, which area includes a portion of the Sunwood Drive where it connects to Old Bridgeport Avenue. This parcel of land actually opens that piece. It has an easement for driveway purposes for access and egress over the balance of Sunwood Drive, extending to the Sunwood condominium property line. The petitioner also proposes to delineate a separate parcel with frontage on Old Bridgeport Avenue to accommodate the existing single-family house currently part of the initial PDD 86. The total site extends to a depth of approximately 420 feet and increases to some 500 feet from Old Bridgeport Avenue. The site expansion area is now the location of the former Hunan Pan restaurant, which is proposed to be demolished. Abutting the westerly property line is the Sunwood condominiums. The site is characterized by variable topography that rises up somewhat from Old Bridgeport Avenue and is significantly impacted by the watercourse identified as Burying Ground Brook, crossing diagonally through the site, as well as existing rock outcrops. There is an existing stormwater detention basin on the developed portion of PDD 86, and it serves Knollwood condominiums with rights also to drain in favor of the D'Addario property to the south. The current extent of PDD 86 accommodates Brookview 1, consisting of a 28-unit apartment building substantially completed and occupied. An additional development is proposed for the subject portion of the site north of the watercourse, and it will necessitate further excavation and grading. Including probable rock removal. The current PDD 86 is owned by the estate of Monty Blakeman. The proposed expansion area is currently owned by Chu Yuen Ko and under contract to Brookview Apartments LLC, the petitioner. The proposed building consists of 30 one-bedroom residential rental dwelling units and a building having 3 stories on the westerly facade and 4 stories on the easterly facade, the Old Bridgeport Avenue face, in an attempt to adapt to the natural grade changes of the site. In other words, because the site slopes up, they lost that bottom story as it goes into the site. On-site parking for a total of 62 cars is shown. Access to the site is provided by a driveway entry and exit from Sunwood Drive, approximately 240 feet from Old Bridgeport Avenue, and it serves both the upper and the lower parking areas. As a result of site topography, a significant amount of site grading, excavation, and rock removal will be necessary, including a cut and a retaining wall up to 15 feet in height at the westerly end of the site, and the removal of up to 15 feet of the knoll that's just south of Sunwood Drive. No test pits or other soils information has been provided to determine the extent of rock removal anticipated. In view of delineated inland wetlands constraints on the site development, the proposed building is centrally positioned to accommodate an on-site connection between the upper and lower parking areas running close to Sunwood Drive. The proposed building is set back approximately 70 feet from Sunwood Drive travelway and about 150 feet or more from the Sunwood condominium property line, with the building and parking area built into the slope. The maximum building height is approximately 48 feet on the westerly side, that's the side toward the condominiums, and about 56 feet on the easterly side. Parking is distributed to the left and the right of the building. Site development plans were submitted for the proposal and are accompanied by a modified statement of uses and standards. Said plans are entitled Brookview Apartments Phase 2, 303 Old Bridgeport Avenue, Shelton, Connecticut, 06484, dated revised 5/04/22, prepared by Rose Teasel and Company LLC, architects, surveyors, and engineers. The commission convened a duly noticed public hearing on April 27, 2022, which was continued to and completed on June 22nd, 2022, at which time revised drawings were submitted in an attempt to address certain commission comments that were offered at the initial public hearing session. There were no comments or concerns expressed by the public at either hearing, although the commission expressed concerns relative to the inadequate landscape space along the property frontage on Sunwood Drive, the parking layout, which was both inefficient and resulted in excessive pavement, the building architectural design and proposed exterior materials and finishes, and the relation to the existing Brookview Apartments 1 design and appearance, the entry drive design, site distances, etc. At the second hearing, the applicant's engineer presented a modified site plan in an attempt to address the commission's concerns, as well as those set forth in the city engineer's review report dated June 8, 2022. In addition, the commission has also raised questions relative to potential blasting, grading, and drainage issues, as well as the dumpster location and the enclosure. All questions and concerns were addressed by the applicant and his representatives, who noted that they have legal access rights as provided for the former restaurant that was operating on the site, and that any additional concerns of the city, of the commission, the city engineers, and others, including blasting issues, can and will be considered more fully to the satisfaction of the commission, the city engineer, and all other responsible boards and commissions during the preparation of final development plans. The petitioner noted that approval of inland wetlands and the fire marshal have been obtained, and reported that the WPCA can handle expected flows, but no formal approval has been received yet. The traffic engineer for the petitioner noted that there will be no adverse impacts on the levels of service of area roads and intersections, and further that the existing restricted business development zoning of the property allows a variety of commercial uses subject only to site plan and in some cases special exception approvals that may have far more negative impacts than the proposed residential development. The commission has reviewed the subject site development plans for the proposed PDD 86 modification and expansion as amended to address initial concerns, is familiar with the area and the existing site conditions, has considered how the site is proposed to be developed, as well as the existing land use of the adjacent parcels, the alternative commercial uses such as the prior restaurant use permitted by existing zoning with minimal controls, and the concerns expressed by the commission at the public hearing and in its deliberations, and notes the following observations and findings. First, the land uses in the area are mixed. The expansion area is commercially zoned and is situated in the Route 8 Special Development Area. The site is served by all necessary utilities and is characterized by a variety of topographic and environmental constraints. A well-designed building is proposed with a traditional design and a residential character consistent in design and materials with the initial residential phase developed as Brookview Apartments 1. It noted that the subject area has potential for various commercial uses, such as the former sit-down restaurant. An expansion of the existing PDD would be logical to avoid the potential issues and concerns associated with that variety of uses that are allowed by the existing commercial zone, and giving the commission full control of the proposed uses, as well as better controls over the design, layout, and appearance of the development. If approved, the site would no longer be vulnerable to other undesirable commercial uses and activities. 2, the expanded 4.56 acre site is rectangular in shape and severely impacted by topographic and other physical constraints, effectively dividing the developable area into 2 building sites. The existing Brookview Apartments 1 is an attractive building, well-designed and positioned on the existing PDD 86 portion of the site. Any additional development of the site must also be carefully designed to avoid undue adverse impact on environmental features and be compatible in design and exterior materials and finishes. The expansion area is already somewhat impacted by an existing restaurant and related parking, although substantial additional regrading will be necessary to accommodate the proposed Brookview Apartments 2. However, the highly sensitive natural inland wetlands impacts are deemed acceptable, and a conditional approval was granted by the Inland Wetland Commission. Full utility services are available, and all on-site utilities will be located underground. All stormwater runoff will be collected and conveyed to underground storage facilities for detention and cleansing prior to discharge at reduced peak flows for all storm events up to and including the 100-year event into Burying Ground Brook watercourse. The formal approval of the Shelton Water Pollution Control Agency for the discharge to the sanitary sewage system will be required. 3, similar to the existing Brookview Apartments 1, the proposed building is of traditional design with a gable roof, fiberglass shingles, and exterior of thin stone veneer masonry and horizontal vinyl siding. Further specifics concerning the exterior materials may be required, and modified detailed architectural drawings will be prepared and submitted as part of the final plans. The commission is generally concerned about the potential use of the office den as unauthorized additional sleeping rooms, and notes that they have been now designed with a double door access from the bedroom and an open doorway to the living room to sort of minimize that potential. Additional building design modifications and materials review may be needed and will be addressed as final detailed annotated designs are submitted for final approval. 4, the commission noted that the rubbish disposal / dumpster is appropriately located in the upper portion of the site. To assure limited visibility to residents and visitors to the site, a solid masonry gated enclosure will be provided, consistent with the principal building materials, period. A detailed design of the enclosure with a convenient gate for tenant access should be added to the engineering detail sheet. In addition, the southeasterly edge of the lower parking area should be a straight line, and the site entry drive should be modified to provide a landscape median island. These were discussed at that last hearing, and the applicant saw no problem with that. All site curbing shall be extruded Portland cement concrete or better. Not less than 2 designated electric vehicle charging stations shall be conveniently located on the plan. The site plan necessitates several retaining walls of varying heights. The Versa green wall detail shown may be adequate for relatively low walls, but a detail of walls exceeding 15 feet or so should be provided, together with the appropriate safety protection at the top of the wall.
Mr. Panico,
Yes,
I think if you just go back at halfway in that sentence, I think the dimension was 10 feet. Exceeding 10 feet. I believe you said 15.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did I say? I said 15?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that it's.
I had 15 on my mind because a couple of parts of the wall are 15.
Okay, there you go. Okay,
Exceeding 10 feet or so should be provided together with appropriate safety protection at the top of the wall. Likewise, a detail clarifying how the wooden beam guardrail proposed along the rear edge of the lower parking rail relative to the retaining wall should be provided. There's a retaining wall there, and the parking lot is very close to the retaining wall, and yet, and this I assume is going to be a Versalock wall, and yet there's a vehicular guardrail proposed there, and I'm not quite sure how they all work out.
mhm.
There's no indication of any exterior parking lot lighting. A lighting plan with proposed lighting fixture and pole details is needed, with care taken to avoid negative offsite lighting impacts. The proposed landscaping plan and plant material selection should be re-examined to assure the use of non-invasive species, and the overall quality and spacing of plant materials should be further examined and improved. Appropriate notes should be added, assuring the commission of the right to require additional plantings if deemed necessary. The overall density of the proposal was somewhat offset by the petitioner's proposal to provide for not less than 3 units of affordable housing, meeting the standards and requirements of state statute, as well as the Shelton Affordable Housing Plan currently in preparation. I say that with tongue in cheek.
Oh, it is.
Number 5, expanded development of the site to replace the existing development is expected to involve significant excavation and regrading, including possible rock blasting and removal. Every effort should be made to minimize such blasting. In any event, the applicant must adhere to all requirements of the fire marshal's office, as well as the city blasting ordinance and regulations. At minimum, all properties and structures abutting or within a reasonable distance of the proposed blast site shall have pre-blast surveys. The applicant should submit a blasting program as part of the final development plans and prior to the initiation of site excavation and regrading, setting forth in detail the blasting program, hours of operations, provisions for and the extent of pre-blast surveys, blast monitoring, times of blasting, insurance, et cetera, the usual run-of-the-mill stuff that's required by the fire marshal's office anyway. Also, we don't know exactly how much blasting is going to be involved, except it suggests from what you can see out there that they're going to have some rock to deal with, and they haven't given us any information about it. 6, the subject plans were referred to the fire marshal and the city engineer for their review and comments. The city engineer in his letter of June 8, 22 noted a variety of concerns and stipulations to be addressed, which the petitioner's engineer has attempted to address. One significant requirement outstanding was that Sunwood Drive is in a state of disrepair, requiring it to be improved. Unless and until the fate of another development proposal across Sunwood Drive is determined, the subject petitioner should work with the city engineer to identify the needed improvements and to provide for such work in the form of an off-site improvements bond, at minimum for the work from Old Bridgeport Avenue to and beyond the subject site entry. That is roughly 50% anyway. A follow-up report should be solicited from the city engineer with regards to the satisfaction of all issues that he cited. All final concerns of staff and municipal departments must be addressed prior to approval of final plans. 7, the statement of uses and standards needs minor revision and modification to clarify certain language and correlate with the final action of the commission. That's not unusual. After further discussions of the PDD 86 modification petition and the proposed development plans, the commission was prepared to render its decision and authorize staff to prepare a favorable resolution for their consideration and action. On the basis of the findings and concerns noted above, the following resolution is offered. And the resolution, whereas the applicant has submitted a complete petition for the establishment of a 30-unit residential rental apartment building on an expanded area of Plan Development District 86 on an enlarged site of 4.558 acres. Oh, it's a redundancy of site in there. Fronting on Old Bridgeport Avenue, which expanded portion is now zoned Restricted Business Development District. And whereas the commission has submitted development plans for said expansion area, including a traffic assessment, site plans, and architectural plans, in order to provide the commission with the required information and details necessary to render development plan conditional approval and adoption of the proposed modification and expansion of Plan Development District 86. And whereas the commission held a duly noticed public hearing on April 27, continued and completed on June 23rd, 22, to consider said application. And whereas the commission is familiar with the subject site and the surrounding area, as well as currently applicable zoning regulations, and has discussed and reviewed in detail said modification and expansion and all accompanying documents thereto, and subject to the comments set forth above, the commission notes the following. 1, the petition complies with the applicable zoning requirements. 2, necessary final approvals of the Inland Wetland Commission and Fire Marshal have been received, and final approvals will need to be obtained from the city engineer and the WPCA. Final development plans will require additional modification and revision to address the outstanding concerns and limitations set forth above. Specifically, the maximum allowable density will be limited to 30 one-bedroom units with parking for not less than 60 cars. I put 60 in because we're asking them to designate 2 EV stations. And in my book, the EV stations are really not going to be available for all the residents, so I took them out of the parking count. But we're okay at 2 to 1, even with the 60 cars. All additional concerns identified herein will need to be resolved prior to final commission approval of final development plans. The proposed site expansion is 3. The proposed site expansion is currently occupied by a 2-story restaurant building and related paved parking areas, and is characterized by variable topography and burying ground brook that seriously impact any reasonable development of the site. The proposed stormwater management plan satisfies the city ordinance, adequately addresses stormwater drainage issues, and proposes to discharge into underground galleys with a reduction of peak flows prior to discharge into burying ground brook. All utilities are available at the site. 4, the existing zoning allows as of right, subject only to site plan approval, a variety of non-residential uses, including the prior restaurant use, that may result in far greater impacts on the adjacent residential condominiums than the proposed development. Proposed site development and the residential apartment building design will be subject to careful review and control under the provisions of a planned development district, and will reflect the existing residential apartment building in design and exterior materials used. 5, the existing and proposed utility services are adequate for the additional development. The proposed parking facilities will be adequate to serve the additional building, and projected traffic will not overload the street system in the area. 6, the submission of modified final plans will need to address all outstanding concerns of the commission and the city engineer, as well as other applicable municipal boards and commissions. A detailed program addressing all aspects of the anticipated blasting must be provided prior to any blasting activities. 7, the proposed PDD 86 modification and expansion continues to encompass a parcel of greater than 20,000 square feet and is consistent with the comprehensive plan of zoning for the city. Now, therefore, on the basis of the above, the representations made at the public hearings and other discussions of the commission, the Shelton Planning and Zoning Commission hereby takes the following actions. The first action, A, in accordance with the provisions of Section 34 of Shelton zoning regulations, the subject modified development plan is hereby conditionally approved subject to the following modifications, stipulations, and judgments. 1, final approval by the commission concerning modification and revision to said development plans in response to all the concerns noted above and the satisfaction of all engineering concerns of the city engineer and the comments and concerns of the Inland Wetland Commission, as well as any and all other applicable municipal boards and commissions. 2, that the submission of a detailed blasting program, if required, that addresses pre-blast survey criteria, evidence of adequate liability insurance, etc., in compliance with all state and city blasting ordinances. 3, submission of specifics regarding the intent to separate the existing house on its own lot for possible disposition to other parties. Unless properly and legally altered, said house and lot will continue to be part of the subject PDD 86. We don't really have an awful lot of information about what their intentions are there, but looking at the drawings, that seems to be the intent. 4, submission of a modified and revised statement of uses and standards to clarify and address outstanding concerns of staff regarding permitted uses and applicable standards. And 5, approval of proposed building design and details with particular attention to consistency of building design and use of proposed exterior materials and finishes on all building elevations to assure consistency with the approved Brookview Apartment Number 1 now in place. 6, the posting of necessary bonding relative to maintenance of sediment and erosion control facilities, site restoration, completion of critical site improvements, and guarantee of necessary Sunwood Drive improvements. 7, all utility services shall be located underground. That's the first action. Section action B is that on the basis of this conditional approval of development plans for the proposed expansion site, subject to the stipulations and modifications set forth above, the proposed modification and expansion of PDD 86 is hereby adopted for the reasons found in the discussion preceding the motion and shall continue to be identified as PDD 86. Said adoption set forth in herein shall become effective on Friday, August, and I left it open because there are some components to the statement of uses that need to be ironed out. And once we know what is happening with that, then Alice can fill in a publication date, an effective date, which will govern the publication date. And then after that, it's simply a commission's discussion and action if you wish.
Okay, Mr. Panico, could you go back to the beginning of all the whereases?
Yeah.
And the third one, where you mentioned the dates. We had a duly noticed public hearing on April 27th,
Yes.
continued and completed on June 22. I just want to
20
correct that for the record.
What I do, get the wrong date?
Well, it might be, this is.
Oh, I had it correct in the beginning. I lost it there.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that should be 22. That's correct.
Yeah, I just want to have it for the record, that's all.
Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah, because on the earlier paragraphs, you definitely had the right date there.
Yep.
All right, so discussion by the commission. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Panico about the resolution?
Seems pretty thorough and
Yeah.
reflect our things.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner Amato? It was something about being thorough and what?
Yeah, I thought it was thorough and it reflects our discussion and our public hearing.
Okay,
The only thing that was bothering me is when I was writing it, and I checked back in my notes and I just couldn't confirm it, but I was pretty sure we had expressed some concern about blasting up there, but nobody had any information about whether it was going to be necessary or not. But the outward appearances seem to indicate that there's going to be blasting involved. So,
But there are regulations that apply to that they have to
yes.
observe. I think that protects everyone.
Yeah, and there wasn't much space to be able to maneuver pieces of the development in order to try to minimize that. Their usable area was very confined. We didn't want to get on top of Sunwood Drive as they started. We had them pull it back a little bit, but they couldn't go back too far because they had the water course behind them, and they were beginning to enter their controlled area. But they came up with something that's workable, and it seems like it should do the job.
Yeah, and it's not a speakeasy.
That's right.
Far from it. Any other comments, questions, or concerns? Okay. They're looking at who was in attendance on April 27th. According to the minutes, Commissioner Usal, you were in the meeting until 8 p.m. I can't tell from the minutes whether or not this had been discussed before you left. Do you have any recall of that?
So I am going to recuse myself
Okay.
from this one.
All right.
Mer-
Okay, because part B was you were in attendance on June 22nd when we closed, and I just have to, for the record, would have asked you whether or not you had become familiar with it. So, but if you're going to recuse yourself, then the commissioners that can vote on this, besides myself, would be Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Amato, Commissioner Parkins, and Commissioner Lascos, as Commissioner Tiki has left and Commissioner Onofrio is not in attendance anyways. So,
Chair, I was not in attendance on June 22nd.
yes, that's right. Okay, so Commissioner Lascos, have you become familiar with the material that you missed by not being in attendance?
Yes, I did review, and I was part of the discussion,
Okay,
consensus on this.
all right. Okay, so is there any commissioner that wants to move the motion in the resolution?
I'll move the motion and the resolution is favorable.
Okay, so this is a motion to approve, Commissioner Kelly?
Yes, it is.
All right, is there a second?
Second,
Is that Commissioner Amato? Commissioner Amato, that was you?
yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. All right, so then the motion to approve from Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Amato. A roll call. Okay, Commissioner Lascos,
Aye.
Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins. You're on mute.
I'm going to vote nay for the reasons that I stated before, but I will go on the record that I'm not opposed to the project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kelly?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes aye. We have a vote of 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 4 to 1. Okay, so the motion has been approved. All right, moving on to the next agenda item.
Gonna need a 5-minute break
Sure.
to lock up the chicken.
All right,
Sorry.
do we have any objection going into recess for about 5 minutes?
Tuck the girls in.
That's fine.
I'll be back, maybe, I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'll take a minute.
Bring up my desk.
We'll lock up the chickens.
This Charlie, please go put the girls to bed. Yeah. In the back there.
Close my blinds.
I don't have any chickens, but no,
Get up and stretch.
absolutely.
Make sure Griffin's comfortable.
Where's Griffin?
He's down in the,
In the family room?
no, he's down in the living room right now. Let's look down. Here, I found these in the back of this pad. It's just garbage. It's all ripped up. Look. That's good.
Yeah, but it doesn't know, can't tell how much was the percentage. You know, over here.
She was leaving at the beginning, but then afterwards, that's why she went across news. Garbage.
I can minimize the screen. Oh. See, it doesn't show the percentages. About, well, how many, what's reported.
Yeah, of the votes counted and reported.
Yeah.
It should. 90% reported.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the diligence closed, what,
20, half hour ago.
well, it should take years. It's not like there's thousands of
No.
candidates. Yeah, okay, polls are closed.
It automatically updates.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch that.
Oh, maybe there's something.
This one's an exclusive. This one.
7%. Look over here.
7%.
Yeah.
And I'm back.
Very good.
Thank you, everyone.
One, two, three, 4, 5.
Ruth,
Yeah. Commissioner Parkins, are you close by?
I'm here.
Okay, good. All right, so we'll reconvene at 8:34 PM. So our next is item on the agenda is application 2210 Dominic Thomas for text change of section 34.3.4 of the Shelton zoning regs to allow the commission to consider higher floor area ratio developments for PDD applications on Bridgeport Avenue. The public hearing for this opened June 29th of this year, during which time the applicant explained the basis for the proposal at the continuation of the public hearing on July 20th. In response to a question from Commissioner Motto, Mr. Panico commented on the need for floor area ratios. Mr. Panico, would you be able to address the positive and negative aspects of this proposal, especially the impact of keeping or changing the ratio?
Okay, I spent some time thinking about it, and quite frankly, I honestly don't see any great downside to it. First of all, the bottom line is, and I guess Attorney Thomas stressed it also, this is something that we're talking about only within a PDD.
Right.
And a PDD gives you finite control anyhow. So if you establish a standard and somebody using that standard because that was a standard available to them, but you didn't like the project, you can still turn it down. You're not bound, you're not having to approve it like you would in a conventional zone. Secondly, it appears that it's a very unique situation that has been cropping up only in recent times, where we've got a couple of types of uses that subtly can be successful on multiple floors and require very little support parking, very, very few employees and very minor visitors, such as the one that's creating the issue with this, which is the self-store facility. This is a self-store facility of predominantly small cubicles, of which there are 4 and 5 floors of them. And that means you end up with a lot of floor space, and yet you have less than a handful of employees associated with it. And in some cases, the employees are not even there. And there's no visitors to speak of, other than the ones that are coming on that particular day to pick something up or to put something in their space. So it is a unique situation, and it's probably good to have it. I know Attorney Thomas in his presentations said that there were 3 or 4 that he recited where the floor area ratios apparently were not even checked because they certainly exceeded the number. And one in particular struck me, which is the Renaissance Apartments, I believe it was. And because it is a high-rise type of building, and it sits on a postage stamp site in the middle of an industrial complex, because it has the ability to use parking structures that are available to them. And when you put all these unique factors together, you end up with a conclusion that if we had tried to apply that floor area ratio, we would have unnecessarily restricted what's basically a good development. So
not
my
having a large floor area does not necessarily mean that you're going to have a huge number of employees on that site and then have to have an adequate number of parking spaces.
No, that's something that the owner that would propose to do something has got to be aware of. And if his use for that property suddenly went away next year, the people renting it, if they have need for employees and or visitors, they're going to have to provide parking spaces. And if that means that they've got to take the first floor and convert it into
Mhm.
parking beneath the building, they're going to have to do that.
Mhm.
Couldn't we just approve something like this under special exceptions
That's my question.
without
And if that-
changing?
Because it only applies in a PDD, you have that ability as long as that overriding standard isn't there. And that's why the initial request was to just eliminate it.
Well, the only question I have is that it's pertaining to self-storage. Now, suppose that goes away and another developer comes in and says, all right, we're going to gut the place and have apartments. What do we do then?
That's a major change.
That's a major
That is a major
modification.
change.
You don't grant it.
Yeah, that's a major modification that, because it's.
That you
PDD, we
can't
say,
grant it
no.
because he's not addressing the issues.
Hmm.
If he wants to address the issues, he's got to look at something drastic, like maybe doing away with the whole first floor and creating a parking garage underneath the building, underneath the rest of the building.
So no one can come back and say, well, this PDD was issued this way with the parking that we have.
I don't see how.
But someone could come
I
in.
don't either,
with-
but
someone-
I'm just legally, I'm not quite sure. This is not my room. So,
Someone could come in with a postage size lot and say they want to put up a 6, 7, 8-story apartment complex and have the first 2 or 3 bottom floors of parking, right? And they conform because they're meeting the height recommendations, but it's totally out of place.
But it has to be a
Like the Renaissance.
PDD. This only applies,
But
we're only
can't
talking
we-
about a PDD. So
Right.
you can't say no.
Can we say yes to this application without changing that PDD?
No, because there are 1 or 2 standards that were sprinkled into the regulations when they were rewritten after several court cases, and we were trying to ostensibly tighten them up a little bit. And one of the ones that was put in for some reason or other was a maximum floor area ratio of 0.8, which satisfies 95% of development. They're just now is developing 1 or 2 new type of uses, which do not require a lot of parking and which are capable of being performed on multiple levels. I was concerned, and I went back to look at it with the trend today towards things like computer centers and so on, where they have floors of computers, but they don't do that on multiple levels. But if they did, would you not want to accommodate that?
Depends where it is.
Well, but if a data center came in and wanted to have 5 floors of machines,
Equipment.
if you will, they're fantastic taxpayers. They don't require any parking. They don't require any workers.
My concern is I'm seeing a trend where attorneys are now coming in, trying to change our regulations to get their applications approved. And I think it's a dangerous trend to be starting, to be honest with you. If they can't get their way through a PDD, they're going to get their way by changing text amendments, which requires no public hearing.
But look at it a different way, Ruth. Supposing we had paid more attention to this when we wrote it, because we said at that time, we didn't want it to hamstring development downtown. So we exempted the downtown area from that requirement. And if we had thought it out carefully, we might have said at that time, gee, we better be careful about the Route 8 corridor as well, because we may have similar situations that you had downtown. And at that time, then we would have put in, let's exclude the Route 8 corridor. So that's the other way you could do it. You could simply exclude a certain area.
Well,
Yeah.
I always value your opinion. I don't want to start seeing a
And
trend
then-
because I know PDDs typically tend to get approved when the attorneys come in and say, well, we meet all the we meet it all.
No, they tend to get approved when they meet with us in preliminary work sessions and they have a good idea, because the bad ideas, we tell them to go away.
Thank you.
Yes.
You know, for many, many years, I've
There's
been
still bad
criticized.
ideas that get through.
I've suffered that very criticism, Ruth. How come nine out of 10 PDDs get approved? I said, yeah, because the bad ones never got to the table. Yeah.
So,
Some
so
bad ones are still getting through.
we couldn't approve this PDD under special exceptions.
No, you can't. That's a provision in your regulation. It says that in a PDD, that's the maximum floor area ratio except downtown.
Thought we had discretion with PDDs.
We do if we took that paragraph out. You could just eliminate that paragraph and leave it totally to your discretion. That's very possible, sure. Instead of having a number.
That's what makes me, this seems like we're going around in circles, and I think it seems pretty clear that we would have control over any PDD project in terms of how much space it occupies, how many stories, setbacks, all of that. So I really don't see a problem with just removing that. It seems to be causing unnecessary concern.
If
Not really.
if you trust your judgment, or better still, if you trust the judgment of future commissioners,
Yeah.
that's always the problem.
Mm.
Right? It's you are very, very conversant with the PDDs, and in many cases, you've lived with them for the life of the PDDs. But 20 years from now, you might have an entirely different group of people sitting in there that doesn't really understand the concept of a PDD, and therefore misuses it.
Well, you can't
So
control for that much.
There's three options that I see. One is you remove it completely. That's a drastic one. The other one is you exempt the Route 8 corridor. That's could almost be argued as being as drastic. Or you can simply inflate the number. Instead of limiting it to 0.80, you could use 50% higher than that, 1.2.
But when we're doing that, we're just changing that to accommodate this particular project.
Well, we're changing it. We're changing it because we have this project illustrating the issue, but there were projects in the past that got approved when, for whatever reason, the floor area ratio was not checked.
What about?
And they happened.
Yeah.
So they weren't in compliance with the floor area ratio.
Apparently, that's what he illustrated in his testimony at the public hearing. He gave us 3 or 4 examples. I personally haven't gone back and checked them, but I don't think that Attorney Thomas would be misinforming us.
Right.
No, the Renaissance, a multi-story building, so
Oh, but yeah.
I assume he's right there.
We all know that that's the tallest building in Shelton, but do you recall what the other 3 were?
One was a recently completed one.
I mean, look,
Downtown or on Bridgeport Avenue?
No, it was on Bridgeport Avenue. It was not, well, off of Bridgeport. Wasn't one of them the that large apartment complex that was built by AJ just recently?
I thought the Marks
out near the center there.
near Sawmill Road,
Yeah,
after the,
that's kind of a small site, and a lot of its parking is under the building. So it's able to handle a high density on a relatively small site.
Was the Mark one of them too, Tony?
No.
I don't think the mark is a problem.
Mark is not.
Yeah,
a problem.
And they have a ton of lawn there. I mean, they have a lot of open
And
space.
they've got unusable land in the back, et
And I
cetera.
think they're only 4 stories tall too.
Yeah.
And how, it was maybe, what was the Avalon downtown, on Bridgeport Avenue, formerly Avalon, I don't know what
But
it's called.
downtown
Oh,
has been-
yeah.
Downtown has been exempted,
Not
No,
down,
this is on Bridgeport Avenue.
but that's a case in point. The Avalon property downtown would not conform if that standard applied there.
Yeah, but what I was referring to was the Bridgeport Avenue apartments.
Right. Next
What-
to the residence.
By the residents in.
I think it may be dangerous to take it out altogether, to be honest with you, because then it
Uh-huh.
doesn't set any parameters, right?
So, all right, so there's two options available then. Either modify the standard or exclude the Bridgeport Avenue area. The Route 8 corridor. Either of which is doable and justifiable.
When you say exclude the Bridgeport Avenue corridor from,
Just as we excluded downtown from that standard.
So
In
everywhere else-
downtown,
Well, where
PDD
else-
do not have to respect that
yeah, but
standard.
that leaves the River Road, right?
Mhm.
River
Or
Road,
other major
110.
areas of development.
Well, we
What's that?
exclude the Bridgeport area, that's Shelter Ridge too, isn't it?
But Shelter Ridge should not have a problem.
They have
Oh, we don't know. We don't know what they're gonna come back with.
That's right. We don't know what they're coming back with.
Well, why don't, if we're concerned about, why don't we bump it up to 1.2 and leave it?
Does
Yeah,
the
it's probably the best.
calculation work?
Sorry,
Does the
Does this calculation work?
I believe it does.
Taking the total square foot,
It
so
seems to
divided
me
by
that,
lot size. But this is only for PDDs on Bridgeport Avenue, right?
No, PDDs anywhere other than downtown.
right,
How is it written? Says to consider higher floor area ratio developments for PDD applications on Bridgeport Avenue.
well, you can modify that language,
Yeah,
no,
no, but that's what the application was.
right.
Well, we may want to modify that if River Road's gonna start getting developed.
Yes, it is.
But normal development, it should not be an issue. Because
Yep.
additional development with the amount of parking that's normally required, by the time you get through this, setting aside some green space and setting aside some parking and driveways and roads, and,
Mr. Rossetti, do you have the proposed text change available to put up on the screen? For us to look at it one more time? The one I have has the red and black.
This is as proposed by Tony or as proposed by.
That's
This
it.
is what, from the
This is-
applicant.
this is the applicant.
applicant. So unless it's on a site with direct access,
you're not committed to that exact verbiage as long as you
but this is the
deal with the
intent.
intent.
Yeah, the maximum shall not exceed 0.80. So we're thinking of making it 1.2. So what size building are we talking about here? It's, you have to know the height and the square footage before you can determine, are we doing something that is so obnoxious?
No,
Okay.
not
All right.
at all.
All right, so, and then the second part, within the delineated special development area or on a site with direct access to Bridgeport Avenue access road, you may increase the floor area ratio consistent with established central business district bulk standards and is necessary to accomplish the intended purpose.
Now, an alternative to that is to ignore his proposed red language and simply amend that 0.80 to 1.2, 1.20 or 1.25.
Mhm. All right, so seeing that this is for a text change, do we have to deny this? And
No,
we
not
can,
at all.
we can just say, this is how we want the text to read.
Yes, and in his presentation, he suggested 2 or 3 ways of doing it. He
Mhm.
thought this might be the one that would make the commission more comfortable. But he certainly he had, in fact, he stated at one of the hearings, I don't have my notes in front of me, that an alternative would be to simply increase it from 0.80 to 1.25 or something along those lines.
Mhm. So do we need this whole opening phrase, the one that starts unless located on a site all the way through
No,
CBD? Can you just say the maximum ratio of total gross floor area, blah, 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 shall not exceed?
That's in any,
1.2.
that says that in any PDD,
Right,
irrespective of location, except in the downtown area, your maximum floor area ratio is 0.80.
hmm
And we would be saying we were going to increase that to 1.25 or 1.20.
all right, well, can we just make it easier in the, say, in the downtown CBD special development area, the maximum floor ratio shall not exceed 8.80.
We don't have to say that.
Wait. And,
That's in there. That's in there. All that black language is what it says today.
right, okay. And then continue with in any other, however it's appropriate to say, in any other area, the FAR has to be 1.2.
Why? You don't have to say any of that.
You don't.
No.
Okay.
All you
Why
have
can't we
to,
just change the second sentence? Keep the first one, unless located or delineated down, the total rate shall not exceed. And then the second sentence should say, the commission may increase such far consistent with established CBD bulk standards and as necessary at its discretion to accomplish the intended purpose. Why can't we give ourselves a little discretion
Mhm.
in this rather than changing the standard?
that discretion is automatically there because it's a PDD.
You're saying it's not in because of the statement of the 0.80. But
What
if
I'm
it's in
saying is every standard is subject to your discretion. This happens to be an artificial limit that was placed on floor area ratio.
I get that.
All you're
I get
doing
that.
is you are giving yourself a broader area of discretion. By instead of limiting yourself to 0.80, you're going to limit yourself to 1.25.
Okay. Shall not exceed. Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. Got it.
And all the red words get dropped out.
yeah. But are we limiting downtown again, or,
Oh, well, we're not changing the language at all with that respect.
okay.
We're just changing the 0.80 to 1.
Everything you see in black on the screen in front of you,
Right,
forget the red words. Everything you see in black is what the regulation says today.
correct.
And all we're going to do is to modify that 0.80 to 1.25.
Right, so it would read unless located in the delineated downtown CBD special
That's still,
development area, blah,
that's
blah,
still,
blah, shall
you're
not
not
That's
exceed.
still in effect, right?
yes, you're not messing with that at all.
And
Okay.
within
And the fact that
deline-
it states shall not exceed doesn't mean that it has to be 1.2.
No,
It
that's
just-
right. That's just an
So
outside limit.
that gives
No.
us control
Mhm.
if we don't think the 1.2 fits the location.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
That would-
reasonable.
Okay, I like that approach. All right, so, all right, so any other thoughts on this particular application?
I think we beat it enough.
I think so too. So, does the commission want to direct staff to prepare a favorable resolution?
Yeah, or actually, it's relatively simple. We can do it right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody have any,
All I would make sure is that the minutes reflect that paragraph 34.3.3 currently excludes downtown. We know that. We just talked about it.
3.4.
And we should also recognize that as a PDD, everything is subjective for the P&Z. P&Z can deny any PDD for any or no reason.
Oh,
But for the comfort of the commission, rather than eliminating the 0.80, we would simply modify it, increase it to a ratio of 1.25.
Tony, you were referencing 34.3.3, which is not up on the screen. Is that the beginning of a PDD?
34, yes, 34 is the section dealing with PDDs.
Okay. Okay, so the only change that is being proposed right now is
Street
to,
point.
We're
And I'll
going to
make-
amend the
And-
ratio of 0.80 to a maximum of 1.25.
so I will
Okay.
make a motion that the commission amend 34.3.4 first sentence to that the area shall not exceed 0.802 shall not exceed 1.25. All else shall remain in place.
Yes, very good.
Okay, and then is there a second to?
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a second by Commissioner Kelly. All right, so on the motion made by Commissioner Parkins to approve or amend section 34.3.4, current 0.80 floor area ratio to not to exceed 1.25,
Period.
period. Okay,
Well,
so,
yeah, if you want to be sure, just say all other wording to remain the same.
okay, with all other wording to remain the same. Okay, everybody clear on the motion?
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll do a roll call. And so that's a motion to approve by Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Kelly. So Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Mato,
Aye.
Commissioner Lascos,
Aye.
Commissioner Harger votes aye. So the motion is passed 5-0. Oh, I'm sorry,
How
Commissioner
about
Giselle.
Commissioner Giselle?
I'm sorry. I crossed out Commissioner Dickey.
He's been so quiet.
He is. Okay,
Aye.
Commissioner Usel. Okay, you are an aye.
The effective date being August 19th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just check, because we weren't going to do a vote tonight, so I hadn't checked attendance to make sure. So this was public hearing open June 29th. And people in attendance. Commissioner Usal, you weren't there on June 29th. And then July 20th. You weren't in attendance at that as well when this was presented. Did you acquaint yourself with this particular application?
I did.
Okay, so you're comfortable, so you're going to go on the record that you are familiar.
Yes.
Okay, so then the vote is passed unanimously 6-0.
Good.
All right, next thing.
Madam Chairman,
Yes,
will you allow, I have to ask Alex if he knows when this could be advertised.
I just set an effective date of next Friday, the 19th, and it would be advertised by
Okay,
the end
so
of this.
you can tag something else on it. So the 19th, so we would make it effective that day then, huh?
Correct.
The night. What was that date again? The 19th?
yeah, 1-9. A week from Friday. Friday's the 12th of this week. Week from Friday is the 19th.
Okay.
Okay, are you good, Mr. Panico?
No, that'll do it.
Okay. All right, so we're on to agenda item D, application 2211. Dominic Thomas for TVG Partners LLC at 445 Access Road, Assessors map 63 lot 7 on 2.03 acres for a major modification of PDD 84 and final site development plan approval for 102,000 square foot self-storage facility. This public hearing for this application opened June 29th of this year. And it was at that meeting after the applicant and its team presented its proposal, there was significant discussion between the applicant and the commission, including the position of the building on the site, parking circulation, access to the interior of the building, building design, and security measures. The public hearing was continued until July 20th, when a lighting plan was reviewed, security considerations and solutions were discussed, and Mr. Panico indicated that any resolution for approval could include the requirement that the applicant share in the cost of a sidewalk if one was to be installed in the future. The commission closed the public hearing on July 20th. So what are the thoughts of the commissioners regarding this application? Anybody have anything they'd like to share?
Just that, well, ideally, I'd like to have them, I'm in favor of the project, although ideally, I would like to have them have an entrance gate.
Mhm. Okay, I can share with the commission that I happen to be down in Milford, where the car dealers are, and towards the Devon area. I took pictures of a storage facility right behind CVS and forwarded them to staff for them to be shared with the applicant. And I believe that the security gates that they have there are in line with what Commissioner Parkins may find to be a good solution. This particular applicant, we did express that he did say that they wanted to do this around 3 sides of the building, and the minutes, I believe, show that Mr. Panico especially had said, we don't want people to be going around to the back of the building.
It's the renter's safety that I'm concerned with.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Not necessarily the contents, it's the renter's safety.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people are getting
Yeah.
problems. They pull up
We
to
won't
gas
even go
stations.
into what's going on at Walmart next door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, all right. Anybody else? Commissioner
I'm
Mark?
also in favor of it.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly?
I'm also in favor of it.
Okay. Okay, how about you, Commissioner Usel?
I fully acquainted myself with it and I'm in favor.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Laskos?
I'm fine with it.
All right, and Commissioner Amato?
Same.
Okay. Very good. All right, so if that's the consensus, everyone is in favor of it, as I am as well, then we will direct staff to prepare a favorable resolution.
Including a fence, not a 3-sided fence.
No,
You want a full fence?
You want one on each side?
So are you requesting a security gate? Is that what you're saying?
Could be, yeah.
To me, to me, the security gate is all you need. You don't need a full fence, but
yeah, I mean, they don't have one up the street at the Cube.
Yeah, I'm not worried about people jumping down off of the back of Walmart building or anything like that. I'm worried about people driving in.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And I would think they should be too, but
Yep.
their business model doesn't prove that
okay,
that's
so
needed. So
what are we saying about it? If I have to write
It is
this?
contingent. That is a contingency for approval. They must have security gates in the front on both sides of the driveways, both sides of the buildings. Okay,
So you may want to re-ask the consensus question on that, because I'm not sure all commissioners are on board with that.
all right, I will.
How that works? How does that,
Uh,
you're using that facility, how do you get in if you're,
You have a
There's
key
a
card, a
fob.
fob.
You got a
You have
car
fob
key
that's
or,
waived.
Once you're a renter, you're issued something and they
You're issued a fob and you just swipe it right at the gate. You get in, the
Right.
gate closes behind you.
yeah, the gate rolls out back and then you go in and it shuts behind you.
So you know nobody's coming in after you when you're back there.
Right.
Yeah.
And
But
then
the-
if you circulate around the building and you come out the other way, because your entrance to your storage facilities on the Walmart side, same thing. There's you put your fob up to the little
Yeah.
gizmo there and it opens the gate.
but the Cube place doesn't have anything like that? We had,
CubeSmart has
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Oh,
oh,
yeah.
they,
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
CubeSmart
They
has
have
that.
that. They
And I
have
know
that.
that from experience. So, yeah.
was-
Okay, so do I, if that is the consensus, then do I comment to the effect that rather than the full security, rather than the full perimeter fence, the commission's position that it's more important to have security gates?
They weren't proposing a full fence. They were providing a 3-sided fence.
Yeah,
They were not
Yes.
providing a fence.
No, well, that's what I meant, but those three sides are of no concern to the commission. It's the front that you are concerned about.
yep.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The driveway in, the access way in.
Okay, so you want access control.
Yes, and then it has to be on the other side of the building as well, because you don't want somebody going down that way.
Well, yeah, but once you go in, you gotta be able to come out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, usually going out is automatic.
Yeah,
So usually as soon as you pull up to the gate, the eye sees you and opens the
Yes.
gate. You have to use your fob for that.
but you still need a gate.
so.
Yeah, but you can come in at both ends, right? I mean, you don't have to come
I
in
don't
one
have-
way and out the other way. Am I
There's only
correct?
one way in and out,
I think
right?
it's a one-way circulation pattern.
Is it? I'm not quite sure. I
I've got
don't
the
remember.
drawings here. Let me just check.
I
Yeah, I'm
believe it
pretty sure
is.
it's a one-way, one gate.
Yes,
for-
it is one
in and
way
out.
around.
Okay,
Clearly
Alright.
shows that in the front right side, it's in towards the back and out because you can,
The same
Usually
way,
they're-
right? The
yeah,
same
because there's
exit.
garage doors in the front, remember? So they need to go into
Oh,
the
yeah.
front. But
and
then,
usually there's a trip wire for going out anyhow, so.
yeah,
But it would be the same gate leaving as entering, correct?
I think it's a
No,
circulation pattern, one-way circulation pattern around.
Yes.
be a different gate coming
There's a-
around.
I don't have the drawings in front of me, so I'm
there
sorry.
would be, you need a gate on the right side. Once you go past the 4 or 5 parking spaces that are parallel with the side property line. And then as you continue around the building, you would need another one.
So it's two
Their
gates,
drawings, their drawings show one-way arrows.
Yes, they do.
but it would be 2 gates, one
Two gates.
entering, one leaving.
That's right.
Correct.
One on the left, one on the right. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So there's those 4 parking spaces. One is a handicapped on the side there. And then down below, I can't read it, but, proposed electrical transformer. Right.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, right there. Okay?
Yep.
Right, so we're in agreement then that staff should prepare a favorable resolution. And one of the items in the resolution from Mr. Panico would be the installation requirement that 2 security gates be installed.
An entrance and exit gate.
Yes. Mhm. Okay. All right, so we're on to the next one on the agenda, which is application 2216. Dominic Thomas for Prestige Builders LLC at 390 to 402 Long Hill Avenue, Assessors Map 78, lots 11 to 14 on 13.3 acres for a subdivision in an R2 zone for 9 building lots and 6.2 acres for open space. This application was presented by the applicant and team at the July 12th, 2022 meeting of the commission. Discussion followed on the following topics. A request by the Conservation Commission for a split rail fence to indicate the boundary between lot 6 and the open space area, maintenance of existing stone walls, potential blocking strips, landscaping, and encroachments by adjacent property owners. The commission came to a consensus that staff prepare a favorable resolution for this proposal. So, Mr. Rossetti, do you have that resolution for the screen?
I do, just one second.
Yep. And on July 12th, we had in attendance Commissioners Kelly, Parkins, Lascos, Motto, and Tiki. Our alternate commissioners were not in attendance. Alternate Commissioner Usal Let me look back at that again. July 12th.
I have fully acquainted myself with the material.
Okay. I wrote down the one name. Are you good to go, Mr. Rossetti?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So staff has prepared a motion for this application, and I will read through this for you guys, then you can discuss and act. The petitioner proposes a subdivision for 9 fee simple residential lots on 13.3 acres. The property was rezoned from R1 to R2 zoning in April of this year for this purpose. Each lot will contain a single-family home and on-site parking. The commission completed a review of this application on July 12th. The subject site sits in a residential area, and this development is in character with the neighborhood. The site contains developable topography on the western side of the proposal. The development will grant 6.2 acres of open space on the eastern side of the property, which connects to other city-owned open space. Access to the development will be on a city-owned road connecting to Longhill Avenue and ending in a cul-de-sac. A roadway connection to other streets has not been proposed. The following conditions shall apply to application 2216, a subdivision on plans entitled Gamble Place, prepared by NOK Civil Engineering and Land Surveyors, dated May 19th, 2022. 1. The city right-of-way for the road shall abut the rear property lines of both 7 and 21 Donovan Lane so as not to create spite strips. The road width shall be 28 feet. Bond shall be submitted at an amount determined by the city engineer and corporation council and staff prior to the endorsement of the record Mylar map and issuing of certificates of zoning compliance. A warranty deed for the new street within the development shall be submitted to the department for review and acceptance by the city prior to filing the Mylar. If the applicant fails to complete all these requirements prior to endorsing the record Mylar, the applicant shall execute an agreement and file a bond with the commission to guarantee the completion of the subdivision within 2 years of the endorsement date. Failure to comply may result in collecting the bond or a stop work order. This approval shall be null and void if the applicant fails to adhere to all conditions of approval and receive plan endorsement by the commission within a year of this action. The approval shall be null and void if construction is not complete within 5 years of the effective date. Friday, August 19th. Revisions and or modifications to the approved site plan are subject to review and approval by staff and may require action by the commission. Failure to notify changes to staff may result in the issuance of a stop work order or other sanctions. The P&Z administrator and or city engineer will be notified at least 48 hours prior to the start of any construction. The record Mylar map submitted for signature and filing with the town clerk shall be accompanied with 5 paper copies and 1 digital copy for filing with the P&Z department. The record Mylar map shall be recorded in town clerk within 90 days of expiration of the appeal period. Failure to record within 90 days will null and void the subdivision's approval. A final certificate of zoning compliance will not be issued. Sorry about that. Will not be issued until such time as all site work is completed or a bond for the remaining work is submitted in amount determined by the city engineer and having form and surety acceptable to the corporation council. A building permit should not be issued until such time as a site registration bond is submitted in amount determined by the engineers and having form and surety by corporation council. All sediment and erosion controls shall be in place prior to the start of construction, and the P&Z administrator be notified at least 48 hours in advance. The commission reserves the right to acquire additional sedimentation and erosion control devices in addition to those that have been shown on the approved plans as deemed necessary by the city engineer and or Fairfield County Soil and Water Conservation District. A certificate of soil and erosion sediment and control compliance shall be issued upon determination that the soil erosion and sediment control comply with the Shelton subdivision regulations / zoning regulations. Failure to comply with the approved soil erosion and sediment control plan may result in the revocation of the erosion and sediment control certificate and other certification and other sanctions provided by law. Erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be installed as per the approved control plan contained in the Connecticut guideline for ENS control handbook dated 1985 and as revised. The developer shall be responsible for the construction of concrete sidewalks, curbing, and other infrastructure items in accordance with Section 5 of the Shelton Subdivision Regulations in the locations approved by the P and Z Commission. The developer shall be responsible for the installation of all streetlights and underground electrical systems in accordance with requirements of the UI company. The style and location of all streetlights are subject to the approval of the commission. All utilities serving the development shall be installed underground and noted on the record Mylar map. The developer shall adhere to the requirements of the following departments: sewer, city engineer, inland wetlands, police, DEP, and Naugatuck Valley Health. The applicant shall apply for a DEP general permit for discharge of stormwater and dewatering wastewater from construction activities disturbing more than 5 acres. Prior to the commencement of the subdivision improvements, the boundary lines of all open space areas shall be established in the field and marked by permanent readily visible markers, where such lines intersect any lot, line, road, or perimeter line within the proposed subdivision, and such other points as may be required by the commission to insert identification in the field. Delineation of the approximate limits of open space shall be made utilizing signs provided by the Conservation Commission in order to avoid inadvertent disturbance of the open space by adjoining homeowners and to make known the location of the open space. A note shall be placed on the record map prohibiting the removal of existing vegetation and stone walls within the street right-of-way, except for permitted curb cuts or other required improvements associated with the development. Existing street trees may be used to satisfy the street clearing requirements of Section 4-18 of the subdivision regulations. Areas void of trees shall be planted with trees 50 feet apart, having a diameter of at least 2.5 inches. The species of trees shall be subject to the approval of the tree warden. Areas requiring street trees shall be noted on the site development plan and listed in a tree planting plan schedule. A warranty deed and certificate of title for the conveyance of open space shall be submitted to the department for review and acceptance by the city prior to endorsement of the Mylar map. The developer shall be responsible for the purchase and installation of all required street signs and traffic control signage. The location and style of signage is subject to the approval by the city. It is recommended that the Department of Highways and Bridges be contacted to order signage.
All right, anyone have any questions for Mr. Rossetti about the resolution?
So I'll make a motion to approve the resolution for discussion.
Okay, and is there a second?
Second,
Okay, so on the motion to approve the resolution for discussion, made by Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Motto. I'll do a roll call.
Do we need a roll call on that just to approve
We-
the discussion?
No.
No, okay, then we won't. So go ahead, Commissioner Parkins, you made the,
Yeah, so I just have a couple of questions. I thought the street width that we agreed to was 26, not 28.
mhm.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I had brought that up to staff because when I looked at other developments, we had them do 30-foot wide ones. And I think we're going to be getting some, not so much pushback, but we're going to be getting into hot water by being inconsistent. So,
Well, I think you have to realize the size of the lots and the parking, off-street parking that's available to these homes that,
mhm,
you know, when you're doing cluster housing or houses that are really close together and they're not a lot of property where people can park, you know, on the lawn or whatever, and they have parties, then they're going to need the extra street width, right? But in a case like this, where you've got larger lots and plenty of off-street parking, do you really need to have that much pavement? So I think that's kind of what we discussed.
I would say that too. I live on a 26-foot wide street and
mhm.
and they're small lots and it's not a problem. And this is a much smaller street. This is a very small street. You know, it's length, it's very small. So I don't know
Just
that,
encourages speeding. The wider the road, the
Yeah,
faster people travel on it.
yeah. It's,
4 or 5 lots on a side, that's all.
yeah, tiny. It's a tiny street.
Yeah, I don't know about the speeding part. Good. Commissioner Parkins, did I hear you correctly? You were saying that these are large lots?
Aren't they larger in size?
The,
I mean, they're
lot-
gonna be large houses, I know that, but
They're larger in size than cluster houses.
the house might be bigger because lot 1 says 0.8, lot 2 is 0.5, 3 is
It's a half an
0.5.
acre.
Yeah,
That's what they are, half-acre lots.
Yeah,
so those aren't necessarily.
they're relatively, that's a good sized lot.
I think so.
I'm thinking of my neighbors across the street. We have acre and a quarter or something. They have half acres. They're not big lots. I wouldn't agree necessarily with that. Half acres as being.
Well, that
big
seems
lots.
a matter of very subjective point of view. We're not going to
Mhm.
resolve, but the
Yeah.
width of the street, to me, 20 feet is adequate, I would say.
I think one of
I
the,
know we've had this discussion before as Commissioner Laskos, and I'm in favor of a 26-foot wide road. There was one near the high school that I also voiced that opinion.
Hmm.
you faded out at the beginning, Commissioner Laskos. You said
There
you
was
had-
one development near the high school that I also voiced that opinion. I think we should-
But it was that opinion, that part, it was at the beginning. What did you say?
I'm in
You
favor
wanted
of the
26.
26-foot
You're
wide.
in favor, okay.
Yeah,
right.
and I'm being consistent.
Okay.
So,
You know, one of the things I think that causes problems is sometimes the house is not positioned on the lot in an appropriate location, and they have a short driveway. So if there is some need for additional parking because of visitors, that spills out on the street. And we have a wide road here where we are, but we tend to have to zigzag back and forth up the street sometimes because of overflow parking is on the street. So it's not necessarily from just special events. This is like just about an everyday occurrence.
people
So-
park on my street all the time, and it's
Yep.
not a
I noticed that when I was in your neighborhood last week.
Oh,
So,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't find it a problem. I'm driving on it every day, and they're
Mhm.
park on the side of the street.
All right, so that's one.
So another question I had was at the beginning, and it's not up on the screen anymore, but at the beginning of the resolution, it referenced the city-owned street, with no reference to the fact that the developer is building the street and then conveying it to the city. Should that be specified or clarified a little bit better?
That's usually with the bonds and insurance, isn't it?
I don't know, Tony?
No,
Mr. Bianco?
that's, they don't specify the standard operating procedure. 99% of roads are built and conveyed. If they want to do something different, they have to come in and ask for permission. These are public streets that are being built. And public streets mean it gets conveyed. That's why one of Alex's concerns right at the beginning was the provision of warranty deeds for the right of way of the streets. So
Okay,
that's all part of the process. They are public streets.
Correct.
okay, all right, as long as that's
That's understood.
clarified. And my
Yeah.
last comment is, we talked about the split rail fence that should be put up on the open space property. So we want to make sure that the developer is responsible, yes, to put up that fence, or is the city going to be responsible to put up that fence?
A good comment.
I believe there was discussion and Mr. Who was the engineer that came that night?
Al
Alan
Shepherd.
Shepherd.
Oh,
He-
Shepherd.
He had said, indicated the applicant would be open to that.
Putting up
Right.
the fence, but putting it up on the open space side so that the city or whoever owns that open space, whoever that open space is conveyed to, be responsible, rather than the homeowner being responsible for it.
Right, absolutely. So that would be under number 20.
If the drawings being approved already shows it, then there's no need to have to list it.
Oh, I don't think it'd be a bad idea to reinforce it.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's number 20 that talks about delineation of the approximate limits of open space shall be made utilizing signs.
From the Conservation Commission.
Mission, yeah, so is that the sentence that should be, or that section should be amended to include that? That the,
A split rail fence shall be
Yeah, the applicant is responsible
Okay. You got
for.
it. Yep.
So how are we gonna read it? The applicant is responsible for
1 second.
Installing.
installing.
Installing a split rail fence to delineate the proposed open space dedication.
Okay,
It's all in one piece, so it's not easy, not hard to do.
right,
That's all I have.
okay. Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, I wanted to compliment Tony for pointing out that strip of land on those 2 lots that are already existing on this road, that they not be cut off from this.
Mhm.
And just,
I agree fully.
Yeah. and as just as a little personal aside, I've been living in this house for 35 years, and it's had 3 different street addresses
Yeah,
because my husband kept moving the driveway.
boy,
Out on Quorum.
that's scary. You drive up, you go down the street one night and you're like, where's my driveway?
When I talk to people and give my, say, oh, you moved.
Imagine what it does to GPS today.
Yeah. I didn't move, the driveway moved. Yeah. Change all my ID.
The hassle. So, all right, any other points that you need to discuss on this?
I guess just, I want to make clear, so what driveway width is the commission gearing towards?
Yeah,
You know,
that's
the
what we
city,
need.
okay, the city engineer, per our regulations, had said it should be 30 feet. I understand the commission's standpoint. I just want to be able to make sure it's clear.
Mhm.
You're talking about having adequate driveway length to accommodate two vehicles?
No,
No, the width of the
road-
street
With,
Rest of the road, the street, so.
in number 1. I think now that Mr. Rossetti mentioned it, it was something when I was looking through the material that was the recommendation of the city engineer. And that's why I brought it up to staff.
Be 30.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
which is, I believe, and maybe Peter, he seemed to have a sharp recollection of the project over by the high school. I think that was one of the driving factors behind the commission's decision to make that roadway 30 feet, is because Nico's Way.
Which
Is
one,
it-
behind the high school?
No, across the street behind, right by the
behind the
police
police,
station.
behind
It
the
was
police
the
station.
Romano
High
brothers,
school,
wasn't it?
Yeah,
Correct.
Um,
That's going to be a city road. And so,
Yeah.
per the city engineer's comments, the commission didn't love a wider road, but they said, you know what, that's what the city engineer requested. It's going to be a city road. We're going to fall back on the standards.
and there was fire marshal input on the cul-de-sac diameter,
Yes. Yep.
that
Mhm.
one also.
And what was that, Peter?
I don't remember exactly, it might have been 90 feet.
Can they turn,
The turning
can they
radius.
It was
turn their
turning-
trucks
it was-
around in
yeah,
in
that's
the
what it was.
proposed?
Turning-
The subdivision
turning the fire
standard
trucks.
requires 120 feet
Okay.
diameter on the right of way and 100 feet on the pavement.
Do they have that here with a
Maybe
26
they
foot?
put, yeah, maybe they put 90 first and then the fire marshal made them change it or something like that.
So the radius on this plan is, the radius is 60 feet, which would mean the diameter is
Yeah,
120.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's the right, that's the highway line, that's the right of way line.
Right.
Does the pavement width show on it, Alex?
That's the pavement width.
120?
My mistake.
Can you put that up on the screen? Show
Yep,
us what you're referring to?
120 is what I would expect to be the right of way line.
You're correct. You are correct. So.
Yeah,
um,
okay. And you won't, they won't show the pavement on there. You'd have to look at the street.
Yeah, yeah. I got too many screens open on one little laptop.
The road profile plan, if that's a plan profile sheet, it might show it. There you go. See, he still hasn't fixed that, Alex. That street, that cul-de-sac is too small.
Yeah, let me see.
What does the city engineer review say?
Oh, there it is.
100 feet
100
to
foot.
allow for turning radius of school bus, right? He's got to satisfy that.
Mhm.
I presume the school bus would go down that street.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
School bus and fire truck.
Mhm.
Right.
So are we back that the road width should be 30?
Well, he's got to satisfy the engineering comments. The engineering comment points it out, so.
So should we specify it or just say shall satisfy the engineering comments or?
Well,
So
can we
that's-
keep the road the same and just make a wider cul-de-sac?
It-
Or is it
No,
all,
it's the pavement.
It's the ratio.
The radius of the cul-de-sac is fine, but the radius of the pavement in the cul-de-sac is deficient.
Which you would have to enlarge the
He's
the
got a-
road
he's got a-
itself.
Right, he's got an 80-foot diameter. You really need a minimum of 100. Which is basically 10 feet inside that circle,
Mhm.
the usual 10-foot shoulder area.
yeah, but this plan's still showing this, the spite strip, so couldn't he make that wider? Going down there?
Well,
Alex has
Yeah.
already pointed out he's got to get rid of those things.
yeah, so it has to come out around like, let me see if I can mark it up. So it would have to come out something,
No, he doesn't. He's got adequate right of way shown, Alex.
yeah, the right of way. Oh, wait, that is the right of way line. I'm sorry. He's not showing the pavement line.
Hmm.
All right, let me go back.
No,
to
that-
the
That's not the
drawing.
pavement, that's the right of way.
You're right, you're right, you're right.
Pavement line could go in 10 feet.
Exactly.
It's an inner circle.
Here it
It's-
is.
That's a circle that's
Yeah.
wrong.
So this,
That's-
sorry,
So it's in between those two lines.
yeah, so this guy would bump out.
That's right.
So could he
Beautiful
still
circle.
accomplish the turnaround with a 26-foot wide road?
Sure.
I
Sure.
think you could. And
It's just
I'm
a bigger
still in favor
lollipop.
of 26.
Bigger lollipop. I like that.
So we're not gonna follow the recommendation of the city engineer?
I thought the
That
city,
is a recommendation of the city engineer. To
Yeah,
make
this-
it,
this-
to make it 100 feet.
Yeah, but this is the other, for the road width.
The sentence before, he was saying 30-foot wide road.
The
Yeah.
city engineer looked at this drawing and said it's not good.
And what does number 2 on this list refer to?
It says,
Pavement width does not conform to subdivision regulation,
Is
increased.
that the
under
road?
item 3, cul-de-sac pavement width to be increased.
I know,
Look at two.
Currently proposed at 80, minimum required is 100. That's-
right, I know. I'm not arguing about that.
How about item 2?
But number 2, Tony, pavement width, is that the road width?
Yes,
Yeah, it is.
So if, like what we did up on Meadow Ridge Estates by the police station, if that, we said that had to be 30 feet and the city engineer had to be, and we followed the recommendation of the city engineer, and the city engineer again is saying on this one, are we going to be consistent or not?
Well, what the city engineer is pointing out is that the subdivision regulations specify that all roads are going to be 30 feet. But somewhere along the way, the commission, I don't know how it was worked out, but it was worked out that the commission would have the opportunity to reduce the pavement widths in certain situations. How it was ever justified, I don't know. The regulations still say 30 feet, and that's what the city engineer is pointing out. So some way, somehow, somebody's got to do some research and find out.
I know when my road was built, the city wanted narrower streets. It's less to maintain, less to plow. So I don't know, maybe that was never a formal thing.
Hmm. All right, so how do we resolve this, Mr. Panico?
I'm sorry.
What's the best way of resolving this?
Take a poll. I don't know. Is
I,
there-
the commission is doing is expressing their position that if it can be worked out properly, that you are satisfied with a 26-foot pavement width. Now, somebody's got to talk with the engineer and figure out what the best way is to do this. He's hanging his hat on the subdivision regulations. There may be some other provision somewhere. If somebody's got to do some research and find out how was it done in the past. Because I know it was done. I was never involved in actually doing the detailed work on it, but I know the commission has compromised on the pavement widths and past approvals.
Mhm.
We just
I don't-
haven't done any big
Alex, can
subdivision.
you
for a
very
long
quickly
time.
put up the site plan for the subdivision? I could as well, but then I'd have to have you let me share the screen. That could be dangerous.
Yeah,
Oh, it doesn't show the location of the houses. It just
No,
shows the
No,
lots.
no.
Not on this one, no.
Yeah, so we
no,
don't. know.
because the houses are only their possible locations.
Right, right.
As each one comes in, they need to file an engineered site plan for them. I think that was in the survey, in the notes.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, wait a minute. No, there's Alex, find the one that says soil and erosion control plan. George Gamble. It doesn't have a number on it. But that's it. When you zoom
Oh,
in, you can see the
okay.
driveways. There they go, proposed house.
But they are not confined to that.
Right,
No, they're not. It's
As
just.
long as the lot is set back far enough, to meet the setback requirements, they can move it back another 5 feet, they can move it up a couple of feet. Or they
Can
can
you
turn it in the other
reduce-
direction if they want.
Reduce it a little bit, please, so we can see the whole.
They just use a generic rectangle for a house.
Yeah, I get that, but I think in all indication that it's set back pretty far from the road.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the required setback,
And a
Is-
couple of them have very long driveways.
what is the required setback, Alex? You remember off the top of your head?
I believe it's 40 feet.
Okay, so if it's a
Yeah.
40-foot setback, you can park at least 2 cars in front of a garage. If you had a garage right at the setback line and you drove straight into the garage from the street, you'd have at least 2 cars. That's 20 feet per car.
I think they're gonna have even more. It looks like the direction of these are all, what, hammerheads or something? So that.
These are side-loaded garages, which
Yes.
give you a lot more space.
Exactly.
I like side-loaded garages.
What about the ones across the other lots? Can you shift that down? There you go.
They've
All
got
right.
very long
But
driveways.
again,
Yeah. Yeah, they do.
if he has somebody that comes along and buys lot number 8 and they have a certain house in mind that doesn't happen to have a side loaded garage, he's
Right.
not prevented from doing that.
Right.
He's not committed to those plot
No. Yeah.
layouts.
They're conceptual.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Well, if the commission feels that the 26 feet width of for a road is not going to impede anything, then if it's a
Better for the environment.
take away one thing and you add another. All right, so what's the consensus? Moving 28 to 26, Commissioner Kelly?
Yeah, that's,
Okay, Commissioner Amato, you're already on board with that, I think?
yeah.
Commissioner Usel?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, Commissioner Laskos, you're on board with 26.
Yes, 26.
And Commissioner Parkins is, okay? All right, anything else? All right, so we had our discussion. Is there a motion to approve the resolution as amended in number 1 with the street width being reduced to 26? And in number 20, adding a statement to the effect of that the applicant is responsible for installing a split rail fence to delineate the open space area. Anything else? So who would like to move the motion?
So I guess, am I just amending my motion at this point?
Yeah, I think you are.
Want to do that?
Yeah, I'll just amend my motion from approving for discussion purposes to approving with those conditions.
Okay. And Commissioner Kelly, were you the one that seconded?
Yes.
No, it was Commissioner Amato, sorry.
No,
Yep.
whatever.
Commissioner Amato, you will agree to the change?
Amendment.
Yes. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yep, you
Yeah.
can.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I
on
can't
the-
hear you, so
Oh.
something strange has happened here.
Oh, no.
No, I'm not on mute. All right, so on the amended motion, made by Commissioner Parkins, seconded by Commissioner Amato. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Laskos,
Aye.
Commissioner Amato,
Aye.
Commissioner Usal,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
and Commissioner Parkins.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion has been approved 6-0. All right, the last item under old business is application 2218. 714 LLC at 389 Bridgeport Avenue. Assessors map 77, lot 26 and 11.73 acres for minor modification of PDD number 70 to increase the outdoor dining area. This is for minor modification of the PDD for the Marketplace Shopping Center. Was presented at our July 12th meeting. Specifically, it is for the relocation of a handicap parking space and to allow an expansion of the outdoor dining area for Motto Restaurant. At the July 12th meeting, there was considerable discussion about the best place to relocate the missing handicap space and its design. Posted to the city's website is a photo of the proposed location for the handicap parking space that needs to be relocated. There was concern expressed by Commissioner Parkins about the existing direct access to the outdoor dining area directly from the outdoor sidewalk, and the applicant was requested to submit a revised plan to show access to the outdoor dining area would only be from the restaurant's interior, as there are right in the vicinity Spotted Horse, the Barn, the Marketplace, and Torito's Mexican Restaurant. Mr. Rossetti, I sent the ADA guide for parking lots to you earlier this week. Have you had a chance to determine if this proposed location for the handicap space would comply with the requirements?
It would comply with the requirements.
No.
It quite clearly states that having a shared striped area is permissible.
Okay, that is the point that I was concerned about. Okay, so what discussion do we need to have at the commission level?
I'll just make one other comment. The reason why this area does not need to be closed off, and same with the Mexican restaurant just down the block, Taco Company,
Yeah,
is because neither restaurant has an outdoor bar. However, Spotted Horse does have an outdoor bar, which is
Okay.
why they must have a gated in area. Basically, the area outside of both Motto and Taco Company are extensions of just the restaurant dining area. They're not bar areas. So that is the reason why I'm hearing that from a liquor control agent who was in the office.
so you had a conversation with the liquor control agent
Yeah,
who,
he does a lot of, he does permits for all these restaurants in town, or one of them.
right, so if you have an outdoor bar, you have to have crowd control in effect,
Correct.
access control. But if you don't have an outdoor bar, they can have the kind of setup that we were questioning.
Correct. I mean, then think about, I'm guessing like Outback Steakhouse or some of these other places, they don't have to have a gated in facility if they don't have an outdoor bar.
You know,
We ran into this situation with Bull and Barley, their side patio. If I
Mhm.
recall, Taco and Company never came before the commission for their patio. They took
Yeah,
advantage of
did
the
it.
COVID protocols where everybody was doing outside dining. So they
Mhm.
never came before the commission.
Taco companies had outdoor dining long before COVID.
Not approved
I remember having. a
unless it came to the
discussion-
commission while I was not on it. I did not approve outdoor dining at Taco Company.
I remember there being a heated discussion one night because the roping that was secured to the wooden posts
Yep.
done with these white
Yep.
pineapple kinds of connections.
That was
You're-
2019.
You're right. You are right.
So. But I thought there had been a trend. Maybe it's because the mix of the commission has changed. But if there was going to be an outdoor patio, we wanted the entrance to the outdoor patio to be from within the restaurant.
Seated dining. You got to go into a whatever you call them, people that seat you.
Into the hostess station?
Hostess station, thank you.
Oh, okay. So,
I'm just trying to think, with how it was approved, that's not possible.
what do you mean? The way it is now, it's not possible for them to reconfigure your fence?
Correct. If they fenced off the outdoor dining area, you both A, block off the sidewalk, and B, block off the entrance. I will show you.
And maybe
And
there,
One second.
you have that site plan? that
I'm
you can
pulling
put
it
up
up.
on the screen?
If you recall, years ago, that's why at the other end of that block, the tenant had to modify the sidewalk and wrap the sidewalk around the outdoor area.
You mean the predecessor to Motto?
That's when we lost 2 or 3 parking spaces, remember?
Yeah, was that Bara?
I don't
Yeah,
recall.
I think it's
Barons, yeah.
Bara, yeah. Yeah, there
Bara.
it is.
So
So,
if you take this fence and you drag it right along in front, that's the entrance to the restaurant.
Right.
Can you go down to the left of that,
swinging around,
way down the end of that parking strip? Yeah.
Keep going, yeah.
down by Goodwill.
Yeah. Taco. Taco is directly connected to the building and the sidewalk wraps around it.
Mhm,
See the way it's set?
yep,
That sidewalk used to be up against the building.
that's
That's
right.
correct. You're right.
They eliminated 4 parking spaces, moved it out. That's why you can see the different texture of sidewalk.
So they can walk around it.
That's correct.
That's right. Remember
So
that.
they technically could down at Bara because they can just put the gate.
Well, I mean, technically they
They
could.
don't
yeah.
have to go straight toward the door. They can go alongside the sidewalk,
They
put
could,
gate along,
they could create a sidewalk that goes around that.
yep, and then where that stone pillar, that first stone pillar is, make
Mhm.
the entrance gate right there.
Yep. So where that orange umbrella is on the left,
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's
that's not extending what they want, is it?
No,
no, so
I don't get a point of having this fenced in, frankly. I don't get it. I don't see the point.
I thought at some point, we were told by the Liquor Commission that they had to have a gated because it allows people to just order extra drinks and then people to just walk in to the area without the waitress even knowing, sit down and share.
That's
drinks.
interesting. That happens to be correct, yeah.
Well, I get it because I would, as far as a restaurant owner, I would want control of that instead of people just coming and going.
But we're not the restaurant owner.
Well, I know we're not the restaurant owner, but we still have to walk around it, don't we? How do we do that?
What, I don't see what, I don't get it. All right.
Oh, if you don't get it, if you park over here and you want to go and there's no places over to the next building over there, how do you get to there without going either on a sidewalk or out on the road?
Well, that's,
Do that.
we're not putting a gate around. Is there a sidewalk goes in front of that?
There's no sidewalk. Where's the sidewalk?
This is not the current
Sidewalk
setup,
between,
everyone.
between,
Remember that. This handicap space where the pointer is gone. That is
No, so if you
where,
put a gate across to the building, there's no sidewalk. Am I right or wrong?
yeah, but they
Right.
can't do that. You can't cut off that public sidewalk.
You don't have
That's
to.
what
You
I'm
just
saying.
make the wrought iron gate go along this outside of the sidewalk.
Yes, if they want to totally redo it.
Alex, I sent you
I think they're trying to
Pictures
avoid
back in
totally
March.
redoing it though.
what it looks like. Can you find those pictures and put them up?
Oh, so Ruth, you're saying block
3
that,
years
that
old.
area off and keep the sidewalk, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
just run the fence along the outside of the sidewalk so
Yeah,
people.
I thought you wanted to run the
walk to
fence
No, you don't want to
from the
block the
corner
entrance.
to the corner of the building. Which,
I personally don't see why they have to expand the patio, but
They already have. This is for a permanent expansion. Alex, can you find those pictures?
I'm looking.
Okay, there was the email that it was attached to was March.
I don't care. If it's not required by the liquor commission, then it's something we need. I think we need confirmation in writing that it's not required by the liquor commission, to be honest with you.
March 13th, Alex.
That outdoor patio dining does not have to be gated for access.
I'm asking for those pictures that are to show the current setup because I don't want people to be misled that this is because that handicap space is gone. That got covered up. Those,
that's right.
whatever, what are these blocks called?
There's kind of like a
Belgian
green
block?
carpet there now or something.
Yeah, it's a green indoor outdoor carpet. The ramp leading up to the sidewalk is covered over with it. And there's the space. They want to, according to our outdoor dining regs, they can use the front of the building that they lease as their width. of the
Is
park.
that COVID protocol or is that,
That was our outdoor dining, yeah, maybe there was COVID protocol. That has been
That's fine.
extended to next April 2023.
right, and they'll probably extend it forever, but
Oh, yeah.
I was shocked driving up Chapel Street in New Haven last night that 2 restaurants have their outdoor dining, not just on the sidewalk, but in the street, taking up like 2 parking spaces. So, any luck, Alex?
No, I've had to clear up my mailbox because it's over full. So unfortunately, that may have been a large file.
wasn't that put up online?
Yeah, it was.
The pictures I took,
I thought there was a picture online
that was
showing
the handicap spot
green.
where they wanted to move it to. In front of Billionaires and Spa.
Well, you have SK1, which would show the patio addition, which is there already. And the moving of the relocation of the handicap, right?
Can you bring that up, SK1, or is that a photo or just a drawing?
That's
It's a
a
drawing.
drawing that they had at the last
It's
meeting.
not a photo, it's a drawing. There.
It doesn't show the entrance to their,
Well, the entrance, the end of their building is by that,
right there.
well, no, it's over more.
This,
Entrance at the-
black line with a dot over it, that's their entrance, right?
That's their
No,
entrance, but where where their petition ends or where their building ends is over by the other bylaws or, yeah, right there. Basically,
and this particular drawing shows the handicap space just being shifted to the left. That's not where it's gonna be. It's gonna be down farther.
well,
But
there's
see-
another one down further.
You
Yeah, I
see where
know.
that line is with the circle over it, right under the B?
yes,
Isn't that their entrance?
no. Here's.
It's gotta
here's-
be because it's right next to the existing patio.
What's the legend say? There's another one of those lines with the circle.
Hang
There's
on.
gotta be a legend on that page.
I'm trying to open up your,
See where it says
Picture.
A on the right of the
hang
curve?
on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. I'm opening your pictures up.
You found them?
That is their entrance. You're right.
Yeah,
Just look at the photo. You can see that.
Right
yeah,
here.
Yeah.
Here's the curb.
yeah,
Follow the curb into the building.
right. So they just want to expand it past to the edge of that.
Here's the curb. Follow this into the building.
Right.
That's,
But that,
So it's almost the entire length of the,
what you're
They're not
looking at
moving-
plan
they're
is
not moving the
same as that
entrance.
Picture.
no, they're not.
No. This item here is, I think it's got something to do with. I'm gonna hide this. See if I can find it.
Looks like that's where the entrance is.
I think then they would have markers for all of the storefronts. It's. That has to do. That is not the entrance. That's.
Look at the
that's-
location, Alex.
I know. Here's,
It's right at the edge of the existing patio. Right, the entrance.
no, the entrance is, yeah, it's right here at the edge of the existing patio.
Right,
Okay. Here is the,
right at the edge of the existing patio.
Right.
that comes in and it's tucked inside, I'm sorry, I'm pointing to the wrong pilaster. It's.
It's after the second pilaster.
Oh, you're right.
Corner.
I'm totally wrong. I'm talking out my butt. It is right there, but that does not mark the entrance. I mean, look, it's some other symbol,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
But it's a good indicator of where the
Yeah.
entrance is.
but you are right.
So my
I'm
point
wrong.
is that you could just, where they're doing the patio addition, they could just run that wrought iron gate along the top of that patio addition and tie it in. I don't see what the issue is, but again, if, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
No,
So, no, so you don't have to go all the way out to the edge because they're, where does it come out from? Where's the existing, connection to the storefront of the patio?
Right there.
it just wraps around.
It's wide open. There's no pillar
Correct.
there.
Correct. Well, here, let me just we can go back to it. That's sort of,
Yeah, there is a pillar. There it is there.
yeah, there's a pillar and then there's the sidewalk.
So all they have to do is to put another pillar in and extend it over and come back out and over.
They've got to bring a sidewalk around the patio.
They would just have to extend the wrought iron gate all the way along the front of the new proposed patio, a little bit past the existing, and then reconnect to the pillar that's there on the existing patio.
So if somebody is coming along the front of the building
Right.
and walking along the sidewalk and they want to go to the building across the driveway over here, how do they get there? They walk out to the
Park on the
pavement?
road, parking lot.
It
No,
appears
you-
that there is a sidewalk that goes around the patio like you're asking.
Nah, but look at the picture, it doesn't show it.
I
Get
see.
to where?
Yeah, they're showing the sidewalk just goes straight, Tony, they get the servers or whatever would have to go across the sidewalk into the patio. because the patio is
Yeah, but
not
I thought,
an
I
integral
thought you were
part of,
looking at trying to meld the patio into the building.
they're not.
Is the patio not connected at the far right-hand side of the existing patio to the building?
No,
No,
Oh,
you can
I
walk
thought it
from the
was- no, it's
backyard
not.
onto the sidewalk right there,
yeah,
Right.
you
right
can
at the
just,
front of the building.
you can walk right through it.
oh, all right. I thought it was all enclosed except
No,
for.
no,
No, the patio is like an island.
Hmm.
It's totally divorced from the
that's
building.
right. It is an island. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's a,
Want to make a bigger island,
it's cross the sidewalk.
That's it.
same design, same everything. Same fencing, whatever they have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're extending it 20 feet or so, I guess.
I'm not really in favor of taking away parking to expand the patio. I don't know how many of you folks visit that site, but that parking down that end is pretty tight.
It definitely is.
Especially since the new building opened up, right?
Well, just the restaurants are popular, you know, and Aruga's just reopened,
Mm-hmm.
so it's pretty tight. So to be giving up parking for additional patio space.
The more apartments we build, the more popular restaurants are.
Because parking.
good thing,
is
good-
just
good
now- right.
Problem to have, right?
They have
Yeah.
to go around somewhat the back of the building, their spaces. So,
We want people to be safe, that's all, you know? But if it's not required by the liquor commission, then I don't, whatever.
Well, it's a PDD. I'm not really in favor of this design.
mhm. If there's any thought that we deny the application to enlarge their patio area, then Mr. Panico, does that mean that that what they're using now rolls back to what is pictured like it was when it was Bara, and that handicap space comes
Reverts
back
back.
into use?
Well, did they do it without permission?
They did it as part of the outdoor dining regs, and I don't know what happened if.
Did they get approval, Jenny?
I
Did
didn't
they
go out and do
get
the
a permit?
inspection. I
Did
don't
they
know.
get a permit?
Alex, did they get a permit?
I believe they did.
The staff approved during the COVID.
Yes.
Do you have,
Yes.
is there some type of documentation? Because we weren't privy to what happened when somebody went out to inspect it. Did they notice that the
Anything that involves reduction in parking should not have been a staff approval,
Mhm.
There was,
COVID or no COVID.
So is the best way to address this is that they have to remove their outdoor dining area that's over the handicap space and go back to the original? And we kill two birds with one stone. We get the handicap space where it's
But they-
supposed to be.
I don't know how you do that when they got a permit to do it.
Well, maybe it
Does
was,
the permit expire?
No,
Don't be so sure about that, because didn't Spotted Horse came back to us, right? And they asked to make it permanent. It was a temporary, and then they asked to make it
no,
permanent.
they didn't get
Yeah,
an
but
approval for that.
The COVID ones were temporary.
well, they're at this, as Peter's brought up, this is a PDD. This is for a minor modification to increase the outdoor dining area. It's either, yes, we agree, or no, we don't agree. to
But not at the loss of parking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can attest to parking being a problem there. I mean, sometimes I'm there at 2 or 3 and it's really tight.
Mhm.
And that's even before the dinner crowd comes in. So
Yeah. So this may be the way to resolve it, that we don't have to worry about the landlord having to move and create a parking space that's further down the way. It's there, it's existing, and the Maddow needs to roll back their dining area to what it used to be prior to COVID. And we denied the minor modification.
I think we just focus on what's in front of us right now and the rollback. I mean, that's another issue. It's not.
No, it's both at the same time. That's, Peter, unless I'm not reading this agenda item right, it says it's for a minor modification of PDD number 70 to increase the outdoor dining area.
So they're looking for a permanent.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure they are.
yeah. I don't think this is in,
In doing that, you're approving a reduction of one parking space?
right. Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's
no,
within your ability to do it. Nobody's gonna make or break for one parking space.
And you're replacing a regular parking space with a handicap one. If it's pushed down the strip in front of Billionaires.
well, no, it would be more than one. It's 25 feet, so it'd be at least two, right?
How
Well, they're sharing the striped area.
big is the expansion?
25 feet.
Then it is borderline 3.
Yeah. You're absolutely right.
At the screenshot taken in July of 2019, I have a copy of it. It's the one that shows Barra. It's just a different angle. And if they were to expand to the storefront, it definitely is taking one full handicap space and a striped space and part of a regular parking space.
Right.
Yeah. So I think they should make do with what they received originally. Any other discussion on this?
I just have a quick question then for the commission. So this was approved with a temporary outdoor dining application via COVID in May of 2020.
Mhm.
I understand the commission does not want to approve this in the long term. Are you asking staff to then withdraw that application, or are you, because I know that the COVID extensions have continued.
Yeah, but is
Or
there an expiration on that particular permit?
once, so that the temporary permit expired November 30th, 2020, unless otherwise noted. You know, we were all kind of flying by the seat of our pants. You know, I think you can make the argument that it's expired. I think you could also make the argument that it's continued per the executive orders of the governor's office.
But that overrides any PDD regulations we have.
Not for a permanent.
Not for a permanent, correct.
Well, it doesn't override it even for a temporary if the result is a removal of parking spaces.
So,
Yeah,
you know what?
You can override our P and Z approval if you're using just excess sidewalk area or
Maybe it
excess
should be
site
brought-
People are
area,
back in the
but not
restaurant.
at the expense of parking.
People are back in restaurants.
Can't have an expansion now. They can't have an outdoor dining at all.
No,
Should
they
that
didn't
be-
have the original.
Should that be ran through legal just to make sure we're doing the right thing?
No, I think we can deny the permanent expansion. We can deny the application for the PDD modification
Minor modification.
in terms of having them cease and desist will be a matter for questioning.
Okay.
I just want to get a little direction here. In that light.
Well, let me take a consensus of the commission. What is everyone's individual feeling about approving or denying this minor modification? Approving it would allow them to expand the dining area into the handicap space that they've been using on a permanent basis. Denying it would means that they would have to go back and uncover the handicap space and use just what they started with when they took over the business.
Well, I can go first then. I would deny it for the simple reason is that if we approve it, we're going to set up a precedent
Mm-hmm.
for every other one.
Okay. Who else? Peter?
I would deny it as well.
I'm leaning towards deny.
Okay. John, how about you?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
I would also deny it because it's just simply too tight in that area.
Okay, and Commissioner Amato.
Well, I'm a big fan of outdoor dining.
Well,
But
we're not eliminating it, we're just telling them they gotta go back to what
Yeah,
the space they
that's
had before.
that's fine.
They
Okay.
have a pretty large area outdoor dining to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so is there any commissioner that would want to move the motion if the consensus is to deny? For denial of application 2218?
Yeah, I'll make that.
Okay, there's a,
proposal.
is that a motion to deny application?
Yes, it is.
2218? Commissioner Kelly, okay, is there a second?
I'll second it, Commissioner Laskos.
Okay. All right, so on the motion to deny from Commissioner Kelly, seconded by Commissioner Laskos, I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Mato,
Aye.
Commissioner Laskos,
Aye.
Commissioner Usel,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So motion to deny the minor modification for application 2218.
Did we wear you down, Elaine, or what?
Yes, and a vote is 6-0.
There's a lot of places to have outdoor dining, Elaine.
They're still gonna have
Gotta
it.
share the wealth.
They'll still have it. Not
It's
as
still-
much as
it's
they
still
want.
Gonna be there. And then
Okay.
staff needs to visit the regulation in terms of a cease and desist on the existing situation.
Mhm. Okay,
Okay, so you
excellent point.
Okay.
So the, this
just,
will go into effect immediately, Mr. Panico?
Do you what?
This
The
motion
denial?
to denial goes into effect?
Sure. You don't need to have an effective date.
Okay, so that means,
He's the one that jumped the gun and did it before he had permission.
Yeah, they
Right.
shouldn't have done it anyhow, so.
yeah.
well, hang
Well,
on.
No,
That's not
that's
quite right.
Charlie, that was part of the outdoor
You got-
dining thing.
I thought they had permission.
Yeah,
They did, and
but
they,
it was,
that's what it's gonna be. This is not gonna be clear cut and dry because they have a permit for whatever we want to call it, outdoor COVID dining,
Temporary outdoor COVID dining. I would
temporary
assume.
outdoor
temporary.
COVID dining, correct.
mhm.
Yeah. Is there a termination?
The permit that we came up with, which was a very arbitrary date back in the spring of 2020, was
Mhm.
that winter, November 30th, 2020.
For the extension, they had a permit?
Correct. Because, I mean, no one was even going in that shopping area to begin with at that point, so 2 parking spaces wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I guess so.
But it was a
So-
temporary structure. They didn't, now they're looking to put a gate and everything else, which is what we denied, but
Mhm.
we got to figure out how now we can pull back that temporary situation.
Correct. So I guess just the tricky part's gonna be, I'll work on it with our council, is according to the governor's office, that temporary is still extended. But now the question's gonna be, is our permit under that umbrella or not?
Well,
Okay,
considering the fact that they already have outdoor dining, this was just an extension of, we may have more ground.
Mhm. Better standing.
Unless they've got protection under the state.
mandate, yeah.
The executive order signed by the
If
governor.
they don't have that protection, then I think you are on solid ground to tell them to restore.
Yep,
It's a
Okay.
tough thing to do, but
it's not that hard in this case. They just gotta pull up the green indoor outdoor carpet
mhm.
and take the tables. and
Yeah, yeah, they didn't do any permit,
No. No. So.
And
Okay,
if you give them a reasonable period of time to do that, that gets them past the outdoor dining season.
well, well, never mind. I was
Maybe
gonna
they
say, how
come
did
up-
they get a
maybe they-
permit when they took away the handicap? I just don't,
That,
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of
that was
strange.
definitely
yeah.
oversight. All right, so I think we are finished discussion on that. And public portion is next. If there's anyone from the public who wishes to make any comments on any matter, that is not on the agenda, please use the Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone. Mr. Rossetti, is there anybody indicating that?
There's not.
Okay, I'll ask one more time. If there's anyone from the public who'd like to comment on an item not on the agenda, please use Zoom's raise your hand feature or dial *9 on your phone.
Nothing.
Okay. All right, we need a motion to close the public portion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, and is there a second?
Commissioner Usal will second it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So on the motion to close the public portion, Commissioner Perkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Usal,
Aye.
Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Lascos,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Next is other business. The first is comments from the chair, and just a reminder, as I think I mentioned earlier on another agenda item, our meeting dates are September 13th, 21st, and if necessary, and most probably September 28th. Summer's over. Commissioner Kelly, you have any comments from the downtown subcommittee?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Motto, do you have any comments from the zoning subcommittee?
I don't.
Was that a no?
Yeah, no, sorry.
Okay. Staff comments, Mr. Rossetti, any comments in general?
We are sorry that John Cook has left. As many of you know, he was then the wetlands coordinator. And if any of you had the chance to be in touch with him, he is enjoying a happy retirement. But we will keep moving on.
Yeah, he was a little emotional when reading some prepared comments.
It was.
Yeah, so. Mr. Pianico, how about you? Do you have any comments you'd like to share?
No, not at the present time.
Okay. And next item on the agenda is approval of meeting minutes. The first for July 12th, 2022. Does anyone have any comments or changes for the July 12th minutes?
I thought they were pretty accurate. I just wish that they're on page 3, regarding the property line, the road lines, second to the last paragraph, he noted then he will bring the road line to the property line as Mr. Panico suggested. I just would have appreciated a little bit more definition regarding a spike strip or something like that, but as long as it's in the resolution, I think, sometimes the resolutions aren't online for people to go back and look at it, but the minutes are. So if somebody were to go back and look at, review the minutes, they would see that, that those properties now will have access. But other than that, the minutes were fine.
Which paragraph did that start with?
So page 3, the second to the last, where it starts, Mr. Grasso spoke about the
Yeah.
lot sizes.
Okay. All right.
So just a little
Anybody?
bit more definition would have been helpful.
Okay. Anybody else? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the July 12th minutes?
Make a motion to approve the July 12th minutes.
Okay, and is there a second?
A second, Commissioner Matto.
Thank you. So on the motion to approve the minutes for July 12th, Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Lascos,
Aye.
Commissioner Usal.
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't in attendance.
Okay, and Commissioner Motto,
Aye.
Commissioner Parkins,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion is passed by a vote of 5-0-1. The July 20th, 22 minutes are on the agenda as well for approval, and while they were submitted by our secretary on August 1st, they have not been posted to the city's website. So the approval of the minutes for July 20th will be on the agenda of an upcoming meeting. And seeing that there is no other item on the agenda, the chair declares this evening's meeting is adjourned as of 10:22 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
everyone.
At all.
See you in September.
Okay.
September, oh boy.
What?
Public hearing date?
No, there's nothing else in
Wait,
No,
wait,
that's,
wait, wait,
We
wait.
have August 17th.
I'm
We have
ahead
one
of
next
myself.
Wednesday.
A
Oh,
week
yeah, I was
from
gonna say, I was just
tomorrow.
putting it in my calendar, August 6th, 17th, right?
Sorry about
Correct.
that. I must be dehydrated or something. Okay, good
you're,
night. See you next
you're
week.
wishing.
See you next week.
Bye-bye.
Okay.